Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga. Kia mā kina kina ki uta, kia mā taratai. E hi ake ana, e hauhu, ti hei mauri ora. Morena koutou. Welcome everybody to today's Strategy and Policy Committee meeting. Please let myself or Democracy Advisor know if you intend to leave the meeting. Our breaks will be at approximately 10:30 and 12:30. So we do have a few apologies today for various absences. So we've got the Mayor and Councillor Fitzsimons and Councillor O'Neill for lateness. And then we have Councillors Young, Rush Free for early departure. Oh, no, this is this evening. So, yeah, so you're going to be for partial absence for Councillor Wolfe. And then Councillor Pennant is on Zoom today. So welcome, Councillor Pennant. Do I have a seconder for those apologies? Thank you, Councillor Rush. Any debate? No. I now put the motion which has been moved and seconded, and you can vote accordingly. And that's carried. Are there any conflict of interest declarations? Nope. Confirmation of minutes. I move the motion that the Strategy and Policy Committee approve the minutes of the meeting held on 3rd of December 2020, having been circulated, and that they be taken as read and confirmed as an accurate record of that meeting. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Phone. So is there any debate? No. I now put the motion, which has been moved and seconded. Please vote accordingly. And that's carried as well. There are no items not on the agenda, and we're going to move on to public participation now. So I'd like to begin by welcoming Tabby Beasley, Kate Collins, Marnie Mitchell and Kevin Honui, who are coming to talk to us about the review of the advisory group model. And as you can see, they represent a number of organisations. So no mai, tēnā korua. Thank you. So you have 10 minutes and there might be some questions in that time. So if there is, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thanks. Kia ora koutou. Thank you so much for having us this morning. I'm Tabby Beasley. I'm the Managing Director of Inside Out Kawaru. And today our groups are here to ask for your support for establishing a Rainbow Community Advisory Group. Some of the groups supporting us today include Inside Out, Gender Minorities Aotearoa, Te Whanawhana Trust, the Intersex Trust of Aotearoa New Zealand, the Wellington Pride Festival, UniQ Victoria and Massey UniQ, Outer Spaces, Transform, S&M's Bar, Ivy Bar, Rainbow Wellington and Rainbow Haven. I'd just like to note that these are only some of the groups in our huge rainbow communities within Wellington, and we had a very short time frame to kind of put a call out, so we just put that out to a few of the groups that we work closely with. Wellington City Council has shown a clear commitment to community connections, resilience, safety and inclusivity, and these commitments closely align with the goals of rainbow communities in Wellington. As a significant population group, which we estimate to be between 10 to 20% across Aotearoa, however, we know that in Wellington this is highly concentrated and actually quite a lot higher because as its kind of reputation as an urban centre where it's often easier for people to access things like gender-affirming healthcare or, in some instances, walk down the street holding their partner's hand and so on. A lot of people move from our rural parts of Aotearoa to live in Wellington for that reason. So we have a very high rainbow population here. Given this, we believe that it is appropriate to give rainbow communities a voice within the Wellington City Council governance structure, similar to the other groups that you hold for minority populations. The Auckland Council Group, similar to what we're proposing, has been existing since 2016 and has shown that it can work well as a model and create positive change for their communities. At Wellington, we believe that it's time for something like that, probably well overdue, and our communities are dealing with many challenges, particularly in the wake of COVID-19 as a population that have been more affected. Inside Out, we hear about these challenges all the time. For example, homophobic attacks during homegrown, trans people in need of safe emergency housing when we only kind of have these gendered options, young people being kicked out of public bathrooms, people struggling to find support, social service providers not meeting the needs of their rainbow clients, and many, many more. We believe it's time for our rainbow whānau to have civic representation in Wellington City, and we ask for your support today. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou, ko Kate tōku ingoa. I am the Community Liaison and Peer Support Worker at Gender Minorities, Aotearoa. I will speak a little bit to some of the inequities that rainbow people face in Wellington, and homelessness is a predominant one. We know from the Counting Ourselves studies that 1 in 5 trans people are homeless at some point in their life, and a study that GMA has just produced showed that many trans people who have been homeless in Wellington are homeless multiple times throughout their life. We also know that rainbow people can feel quite isolated from the broader community, and that there's a normalisation that they're very different and not the same, so that they don't fit into the spaces quite so well, and having an advisory group in the council will help the city produce more inclusive spaces where rainbow people can thrive. In particular as well, in sport and recreation, we know that rainbow people are far less likely to participate in sports, and we know that there are significant barriers, in particular for trans people, in accessing recreational spaces. And that rainbow people have very specific health and safety needs. There are different health needs, and health services need to be able to provide appropriate support to rainbow people, and trans people have a lot of very specific health needs. An effective rainbow advisory group would represent the incredible diversity that exists within the rainbow population in Wellington. And it would be ideally made up of people with significant lived experience, but also experience doing support and doing advocacy on a daily basis. And we also know that most of the people doing that work already are doing so in an unpaid capacity, and we know that people who are doing it voluntarily also have lots of other commitments which limit their ability to participate, and that a paid advisory group would provide a really valuable opportunity for marginalised voices to step into local politics and take a more active and democratic role in our city.
Kia ora everyone, it's a privilege to be here today. Mani Mitchell, I'm an intersex person and Executive Director of ITANS. I'm also a counsellor, psychotherapist. I want to taitoko all that's been said so far and just bring everyone's attention to the report from the Christchurch massacre, where the rainbow community has been identified as an at-risk group. And I think what we're talking about today just provides an incredible opportunity for this city to do something significant and support the community. We have a wonderful history here, and I think once again we can be leaders in this area. Thank you.
Tēnā koutou katoa. It's my privilege and honour to speak to councillors today. My name is Kevin Honui. I'm Deputy Chair of Te Whanawhana Trust, a Takatapui-based community organisation here in Wellington, and I'm also Chair of the Lesbian and Gay Archives of New Zealand. The reason why we're here today is to advocate for the formation of an advisory group that represents the rainbow communities in this city. The support that's been shown by groups in such a short time to the establishment of this group shows that this community is ready to commit to being a significant contributor to the well-being in this city. It's ready to commit to be an active partner with the leadership and administration of the city. So I come here today as a 60-year-old Te Whanawhana Takatapui male who has spent 40 years of my life here in Wellington. And I think it's time that I show that members of our Takatapui community, our Māori LGBTI community, also have a voice within this community. Nō reira, tēnā koutou katoa. I hope you will support the formation of this advisory group. Kia ora tātou.
Kia ora. We do have a couple of pātai. We've got one from Councillor Young.
Thank you. Good morning. So So I'm on the board of the Wellington International Pride Parade. I act as its not community council liaison, helping around the red tape, things like that. So I'm just wondering whether so the Pride Parade had 50,000 people, according to the Governor General, attending it this year. Feels like last year already. I'm just wondering, what?
You talk in the one mic. In the mic, sorry. You're talking the mic.
I think I am. It says here.
You were facing the.
I'm talking to members of the public who are talking to us.
I think it's all right. We can.
All right, okay, I'll get over that stress level. So I'm just wondering why they are not part of the group who are asking for this advisory group. Were they asked to join you?
As I mentioned, we kind of only had a very short period of time where we were notified of this. The Wellington International Pride Parade isn't a group that any of our organisations have closely worked with. I guess they're quite focused on a one-off event where the organisations that we have supported the submission so far are sort of doing the work kind of across the year. We very much welcome the Wellington International Pride Parade to be part of the formation and the consultation moving forward. I guess today we're just showing that there is support across our diverse communities to establish a group, and then the process of what that looks like, appointments, so on. We'd love that to be kind of open up for everyone to kind of have their say and follow the council processes.
So one of the things I've done is arrange for, well, it's actually for the room, but the organisers of the Pride Parade are organising a meeting to try and get the whole sector together, which would be really good, because I think one of the problems is it's a little bit factionalised. I'm just wondering whether all the groups you represent will be at that meeting.
I can't speak for all of those groups, but definitely for Inside Out, and I think many of our groups will be, and we're really pleased to see that there's finally that community hui happening, so we're looking forward to taking part on Sunday.
Okay, so just one last question. So during the run-up to the Pride Parade this year, there were allegations that some people were bullied when they wanted to become involved, and they were bullied by some of the organisations that you represent to make sure that they didn't join the Pride Parade. Do you know anything about that?
I have no idea what you're talking about, sorry.
Right, okay, thank you.
Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. And I note that you made a comment about the Royal Commission of Inquiry from the Christchurch massacre and how the Rainbow community were noted as part of that. Are you aware that we don't even have an ethnic advisory group on this council?
And we believe they're coming next, and absolutely support. We're reaching out to marginalised, diverse communities, and we would see us supporting that and working with such a formation of a group.
And one of the groups who signed on today, Rainbow Haven, is a Rainbow refugee and migrant group supporting our submission.
Thank you.
Well, kia ora koutou. Thank you so much for taking the time to come in and kōrero with us today. We really appreciate that. Thank you for your advocacy and support.
Thank you.
Kia ora. Now I'd like to welcome Abhishek Sharma. Abhishek from ECTA New Zealand, and I understand. Oh, I've got Manjit here as well. Kia ora. Thank you for coming in. Namaste. So we would, hearing about your thoughts about the advisory groups, and you also have 10 minutes, and there will likely be some questions if you have a little bit of time within that. That'd be great. Thank you.
Sure. Garewal, a founder member of ECTA. I would like to make a short statement in support of Wellington City Council having an ethnic advisory group. We will take questions after that. ECTA New Zealand is a not-for-profit Indian community organisation based in Wellington. We are a registered charity and were established in 2017. Our objective is to contribute towards building a more inclusive New Zealand by having a more engaged Indian diaspora. The principles underpinning all our activities are A, empowerment through knowledge and capacity development, and B, confidence and identity growth through showcasing of Indian heritage, history, and culture. Councillors, may I take you to India right now? As we speak, there is the largest protest that the world has ever seen taking place in India. It has now been going on for over 8 days. Millions upon millions of farmers are on the streets in and around Delhi protesting new laws that the government has introduced purportedly in the interests of the farmers. You may be wondering what this has got to do with the issue that we are discussing here today. The answer is simple: lack of consultation. Among the questions that the farmers are asking the government is, why were not consulted before these reforms were introduced? Councillors, I pose the same question to you. Since you took office, how often and how have you engaged with the ethnic communities of Wellington to determine whether we do or do not need an ethnic advisory panel? I would like this committee, since the last review in 2014, how often have Wellington City Council officers engaged with the ethnic communities to see whether there is a need for formal structure to have discussions and conversations? In the 4 years of ECTA's existence, I can tell you not once with us. Had not a bird not whispered in our ear that the issue was up for consultation today, we would not have ever known that this matter was up for discussion, leave aside giving some input into the matter. This should show how distant, or should I speak candidly and say alienated and disengaged we are from each other. Let me just turn now to show how we talk to each other. Aside from a couple of councillors attending a monthly meeting of one ethnic organization, we meet only when we invite you to our functions. 1 or 2 of you will attend, most will send a polite regret, and some will not bother to reply. And with the regulars who do come, we will find a few minutes to share a few points among a gamut of things. And that is it. Yes, there are those among the ethnic communities who enjoy more personal access to some of you, and they might take more of your time, but nothing more than that. This, ladies and gentlemen, is quite bluntly the level of our engagement to build an inclusive society with our ethnic community. We ask, is this the best we can do to make our ethnic communities feel included in the consultation process? Ladies and gentlemen, you are at the point of time when you can make a difference to this. The 2018 census shows that the Asian and MELA, short for Middle Eastern, Latin Americans, and Africans, formed 14.8% of Wellington's population. It was the second largest group after the Europeans. It is much larger than the Pacifica group, which was at 8.4%. Not only was this group larger, it was only growing faster than that group. If you think that the Pacifica group should be supported by an advisory group, why not this lot? It is not our intention to make a case of what goes for the goose, but to highlight that there are issues, concerns, needs in other ethnic communities as well. An ethnic advisory group will help to facilitate how, in partnership, better and acceptable results could be achieved as it is being done for or with the Pacifica group. Let me share just a couple of examples. Number 1, every year there is a Diwali event at the TSP, and thank you for that. It has been organized by the same person or agency for years on end. How this agency is appointed and how the format is decided is unknown to the Indian community. Could this be done better with greater transparency and involvement of the community? Our view is yes. As a Wellingtonian Indian, I don't want to hear speeches from out-of-town MPs who do nothing to further the lot for the Indians of Wellington. Why are they to decorate the stage? Number 2, at this year's Santa Parade, there were 1 or 2 ethnic NGOs participating, and we think that is wonderful that an attempt was made to reflect our diversity. But then we get questions from our membership. How were they able to participate and we not? Is there a collusion or a chronism? There are real issues in which ethnic associations grapple with when the council is doing something good. And the simple reason for this negativity is that the council processes are not clear and there has been consultation with the ethnic communities. It appears to be ad hoc and very much based on the who you know approach. It is Ekta's submission having a formal structure where there is an advisory panel would certainly help both the council and the ethnic communities in ensuring consultation and transparency. Auckland and Christchurch city councils have ethnic advisory panels. The Auckland panel has been in existence since 2010. It has its own website and is very well structured. The Christchurch model is slightly different. It has a multicultural committee of the council which is made up of councillors. And this committee is tasked with the establishment of an advisory group. The 2018 census shows that the ethnic population of Canterbury, that is all excluding Europeans, was lower than that of the Wellington region, which is 17.6% against Wellington 26.4%. To us, it appears that the question to have or not to have an ethnic advisory panel is a no-brainer. We will urge you to support the establishment of the advisory panel. Do not repeat the omission done in 2014. It is an opportunity for you to send the right and positive signal to the community that you do want to listen to the ethnic communities. Thank you for this opportunity to be blunt, brutal, but honest. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
Kia ora, I do have a question because I really appreciate you coming to talk to us and I think you've brought up a really important issue. I guess one of the things that I'm aware of is that with any advisory group, it's a specific size. So if it's 10 to 12 people, will there still be problems with groups feeling that they can't be one of those people, have one of those people represented? What would your thoughts be on how we could manage that? Because I don't think that's a reason not to do it, but I wonder if you have some thoughts on how to manage that side of things.
Councillor Day, could I take that question? I think you have a model in how DIA organizes the Cox Committee, the Community Organizational Grant Scheme. It invites interest from people who want to participate in becoming part of that committee. And they filter in, they give in their CVs, it is filtered through the DIA process. They have a public meeting where all community organizations are invited. And these people make a pitch. Whoever is interested make a pitch. And from there, the community votes in a group of people. So there is a model, if you want to take a model. But you can change that model and make a hybrid. You can have designated, dedicated people that the council may want to approach. For example, somebody from Victoria who is doing studies on this matter, and have an election process for the others, so that it is not you choosing them, but the community choosing them. So I don't think so that should be a hurdle. And after all, it's a period of time. We will mature as we go along. There will be processes. Auckland and Christchurch have been, Auckland particularly, in existence for, what, now 10 years? Can we not do that?
Yeah. Yeah, well, thank you. Thank you very much. We've come to the end of the 10 minutes, but thank you. And it's very helpful to understand some practical ways that it can be done, because I'm sure that there are many good ways to do it. And thank you for coming to share with us today. We appreciate that. Kia ora.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I'll stay on for the next group as well.
Thank you. So I'd like to welcome Masinsa Kama from the Wellington Interfaith Council and Manjit, who's going to stay and support. Thank you both, and you've got 10 minutes and there may be some questions in that 10 minutes as well. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. May the peace and blessings of God Almighty be upon you. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Morning, councillors. My name is Mustansir Kamar, and I am the Secretary of the Wellington Interfaith Council. And I have come here along with Manjeet Grewal, who is the Chairman of the Interfaith Council. We've come here to urge you to support the establishment of an advisory group for ethnic and migrant communities, which would also look at faith-based issues and help to promote interfaith harmony. I'm not sure how many of you know of the Interfaith Council. Madam Chair, we have been registered entity for the last 10 years, but have been in existence since the 1990s. We have representatives from over 11 religious and faith groups. Our objectives are to contribute towards building greater understanding and tolerance in our community through acceptance, respect, and appreciation of the different faiths and religions that make our diversity. According to the census of 2018, about 44% of the residents of Wellington profess to a religion or faith or a set of spiritual beliefs. Christians constitute 35.6%, Hindus 2.6%, Muslims 1.1%, Buddhists 1.2%, and other religions, faiths, and beliefs 3.2%. This is a significant segment portion of the Wellington population. The question that we have for this committee is, what formal mechanism does the Council have to engage with this lot? How do you ensure that their concerns are addressed and they feel included? The Council currently has 4 advisory groups, viz. The Accessibility Advisory Group, Environmental Reference Group, Pacific Advisory Group, and the Youth Council. The single largest tragedy that we have had in this country in recent times has been the Christchurch shooting. Let us ask ourselves, how has the Council engaged with these faith communities in Wellington since that tragedy? Yes, a vigil was held at the Basin by the Council in March of last year. And what about thereafter? The symbolic human chain done at the Kilbirnie Mosque was organised by the Interfaith Council. The We Are One interaction were initiated by Wellington Interfaith Council individual members. Where was the City Council? The government has adopted all the 44 recommendations of the inquiry, which include the setting up of a Ministry of Ethnic Communities. We ask this committee, what is your response to building interfaith harmony in this city in a sustained and planned manner? We are here asking you to engage with us on a continuous and sustained basis, something which you think we need to convince you about, as you and your own have not taken the initiative. I think there is a need for Council introspection. We note that the establishment of new advisory groups was not included in the terms of reference for the review of the advisory group model. However, the review has urged this could be considered. I think the reviewers were polite. It is intended should be considered, and the Wellington Interfaith Council strongly urges that a new advisory group be established which would also look at faith-based concerns and issues of our people, especially and for the migrant and ethnic communities. If even for a moment any of you are to think that there is no faith-based communal issues that the ethnic communities are facing, I would say you are gravely mistaken. Let me just take an example of our Hindu community. Some of you will recall that last year there was a huge concern when the council-supported TSB Diwali program was going to be held on Diwali Day. We are glad rationality prevailed. Some councillors will also be aware of the ongoing issue on the scattering of ashes of deceased in flowing water, and this not only impacted the Hindu, but also the Sikh and Buddhist communities. You will also recall the graffiti at Temple Sinai earlier in the year. There have also been cases of Muslim women wearing the hijab who have been made to feel threatened. Madam Chair, we should not think everything is honky-dory. There are many amongst us who feel vulnerable because of our faith and for wearing their faith symbols. There is need for constant and sustained engagement between public agencies and faith groups, especially from our migrant and ethnic communities. Currently, there is no established mechanism that the Council has which would allow for such conversation and engagement to take place. It is done on an arising basis with individuals lobbying known councillors for support and direction. This approach is unsustainable as communities grow and issues become larger and more complex. a structured approach and a sustainable mechanism are required. Just by way of example, the Wellington Interfaith Council has recently met with His Worship the Mayor, and we have made some suggestions which include, among others, the establishment of a non-denominational prayer place in the new library. We would also like to jointly work with the Council on the World Interfaith Harmony Week in February. Madam Chair, the point is that it is because of the absence of a formal engagement mechanism that we have had to make this individual representation. This should not be the way. There must be a better method than that. And the answer is an advisory group in the Council, which will also look after faith-related matters for Wellingtonians, especially for those who have recently come to the country or are the minorities amongst us. Before I end, may I ask you to ponder and ask yourselves the following. How much do I know of the Muslim, Hindu, Sikh, or Buddhist faith, as these are the people that I and my children are going to be living with for the rest of my lives? What have I done as an elected councillor to also include them in my city? May I end by saying, may God Almighty guide us all and help us to make wise decisions, and especially in engaging us all. Thank you.
Kia ora. I've got a pātai question from Mayor Foster.
Thank you, Ms. Tenza and Manjit, and it was great to meet with you all the other day, and thank you, Manjit, also for your follow-up email on that. You've already covered off two of the things which you asked for. There were two others which we talked about too, and one of those was the presence of the interfaith community at the citizenship ceremonies, which we did for the first time yesterday, which was fantastic. So Suri from the Hindu community was there. And there was one other one which you also wanted to raise, which is how we run our meetings. And I just thought you might want to expand on that, because we thought there would be an opportunity for an Interfaith Council presence to help us at the beginning of our council meeting.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, one of the requests that we have made, just like you have a Karakia, Hamilton Council has on a monthly basis invited the interfaith group to come and say a prayer, a blessing, a moment of silence, a moment of reflection as well. We think that's a good and a positive way of starting a meeting. One of the things that is happening is the inner self-engineering that we are doing. We're looking at ourselves and saying, how can I be better? How can I serve my community better? And if we, for a moment, before we make decisions, that could be done. So a suggestion that we have made to the mayor is that allow us a moment to come and say something to you as well. Just once a month. But if you want us to be also present at other meetings, we will try. They are also working people, and they may not have the time all the time, but they will want to do that. We think it's important that whilst we are a secular country, we must recognize that 44% of our people have a faith, and they want to be heard, they want to have a say, they want you to think of them as well. And that's our request.
Thank you for that, Manjit. What's the other thing I was going to say? Just in terms of the Interfaith Week, I'm looking forward to working with you on that, because the comment you made there about knowing more about different faiths, I think is a really, really important thing. So if we can do that, I think that'll be a really powerful thing for the whole community to build understanding and inclusiveness. Kia ora.
Thank you.
Well, tēnā koroa, that's all the questions we have. Thank you so much for coming in today, and you've brought up some really good points, so thank you very much. We appreciate you taking the time out of your busy day to do that. So thank you, and great suggestions. Thank you. All right, just to explain, because that's the end of the submissions we've got, or the public participation on the advisory group model, that we're actually debating that at 5 o'clock this evening, and that was partly to make sure that the advisory groups that are currently in existence can participate. So we will come back at 5 o'clock to do that. And people who have submitted, you're welcome to watch that online, or you're also welcome to come back at 5 o'clock if you want. So the choice is yours, but it will be available to be able to watch either way. So thank you very much. Now I'd like to invite Stephen Ladani, who is going to come and talk to us about the Hataitai intersection proposal. So Stephen, you've got 5 minutes, and there may be some questions if you've got some time in that 5 minutes.
Yonapat Kivanok, Lodanyi Istvan Vojok. Good morning. My name's Stephen Lodanyi. I've lived in Hataitai for 30 years last week. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this morning. I have to say that this is very small beer compared to the important topics I've just heard discussed in the last 45 minutes. But I guess that I have 5 points to make, and that underlines my first point regarding the proposed roundabout for Hataitai intersection. It's a weak call to action for change. The second point, residents oppose the proposal. Point 3, the benefits are clearly overstated. Point 4, there is a problem. And my last point, there's a simple, cheap solution. So back to the weak call to action. An average of 1.2 minor and non-injury crashes per year is not exactly a crisis situation. I see no need for the council to spend up to $200K on this when rates are speculated to increase by 23%. Resources should be focused on major infrastructure issues, not the small stuff. Secondly, residents oppose the proposal. The report back indicated that 64% of respondents to the roundabout proposal did not support it, yet officials are still persisting with it. There were 13 negative feedback points in the feedback, which were essentially dismissed with no changes made. It was not really very genuine to say that an additional 2 car parks had been added. What that really meant was 2 less car parks were being removed. It's essentially a sledgehammer to crack a nut, a fundamental change to the vibe at Hataitai Village. My third point, the proposal in consultation was predicated on a safety rationale, yet 55% of the financial benefits claimed in the cost-benefit analysis relate to transport time saved, and that's frankly a quirk of the NZTA methodology, which I won't go into. So the safety benefits are really only 60K per year, and that seems a pretty generous saving for 1.2 minor or non-injury accidents at that intersection each year. There is a problem. The Hataitai Road give-way sign is masked by a tree outside Wisconsin Burger. There's no 30 km/h pink road marking strip on Hataitai Road to slow vehicles, unlike the other 3 roads. I've just driven down that road to get here. So drivers approach from Hataitai Road and approach the intersection from Hataitai Road at 50 kilometres an hour, thinking they only need to give way to vehicles on their right. They don't realise that Waitoa Road has no signs and that those vehicles therefore have right of way. So the fast, cheap solution from my point of view is paint a pink strip on the 4th roadway that comes towards that intersection to slow the approaching vehicles. Remove the tree outside Wisconsin Burger. Place a stop sign and a yellow line on Hataitai Road and Moxham Ave. Stop means do not enter the intersection unless it's clear, both left and right. Other intersections in Wellington use stop signs on only one access way. For example, Caledonia Street, Kauri Street. Thank you for your time.
Kia ora, we've got a partai from Councillor Rush.
Thanks very much. Just so you know that the tree has been trimmed. That happened about 2 weeks ago.
It's pretty fulsome this morning when I drove past it.
Yeah, okay. I mean, so 64% did oppose, but the majority opposed as a consequence of car park losses. Do you think that the steps taken around parking to add further parking capacity along William Street, I think on Hataitai Road, and actually limit the time so that cars can't park all day as commuters do at the moment, do you think address that issue?
No. Removing 11 car parks rather than 13 car parks is really not a fundamental change to the proposal.
The net gain is 2, as I understand it.
the net loss, that's very disingenuous, I think, of the officials to put it that way. There's no net gain in car parks. There's a net loss of 11 rather than a net loss of 13. That's my point.
Okay. I don't have much time. Okay.
Yeah, I think we've run out of time now, but thank you very much, Stephen, for coming in to
Thank you.
korero with us. We appreciate you taking the time. Well, I know my Alan Blake. Kia ora, Alan. Welcome back. Good to see you today. So you're coming as an individual today to speak about the intersection, so you have 5 minutes.
Kia ora,
Thank you.
tātou.
Kia ora.
Yes, I am as an individual today. I frequently go to Hataitai and have lived there previously. I just wanted to ask, has anybody driven around a roundabout? You got your hands on the wheel. Where are you looking? To your right. To your right. Where are the pedestrians? So the roundabouts are not a good solution for pedestrians. So I'm asking you to put all the policies that council's got in place to protect pedestrians, to reduce emissions, and don't support a roundabout at Hataitai. And I've got some pictures up there. So this is what the intersection looks like if you don't mind scrolling through from a pedestrian point of view. It's a little clutter spot with bike parking and poles in the way. There's a lot of car parking there as well. And if I just could refer to the New Zealand Pedestrian Planning and Design Guide, which I brought today because I think sometimes people don't believe it exists. And I could just read from the first page of the crossings one, a very short little thing. It says, where possible, crossings should be located on the pedestrian desire line. And so that means where pedestrians want to walk. They want to walk straight across from the footpath to the other side of the road. So that's pretty much what happens now. The proposal with the roundabout removes that desire line. So we're not following our policies or the pedestrian guideline very well with this proposal. So I'm asking you to please send it back. There is a little issue walking around Hataitai, and I was there a night or two ago, and I just about got taken out on the crossing that comes down from the tunnel because the car didn't think she should stop. Unfortunately, we're already halfway across. So, you know, there is an issue, and I think that the clutter that you can see on these images, the wide amount of road that you have to cross and the number of car parks around that area are a real issue. And you can maybe not take out so many, but certainly take some out. The buses can get around there really easily at the moment. There's been no issues between pedestrians and buses. So these are two top priorities for Hataitai, in my opinion. Thank you very much.
Kia ora, Alan. We do have a couple of partai. We've got Deputy Mayor Free and then Councillor Rush.
Thanks, Alan. You did make a point about looking to the right and thereby maybe not looking at pedestrians on the left, but these pedestrian crossings have been shifted away from the roundabout, so I'm not entirely sure whether that's a valid concern. Hopefully our traffic engineers would be over that and compensating for that.
I think roundabouts don't work for pedestrians, and they have to move the crossing because otherwise the cars will get them on the desire line.
So you see that as a consequence?
They are accelerating away from the roundabout when they do that, so I can't see it as a safety measure at all.
Okay. Councillor Rush.
Thanks, Alan. I did raise the issue of the desire line with officers, and I think if you actually complete the sentence that you read from, it goes on to say that the crossing should be built on the desire line where safe. And the response I got from officers was that this is not safe. And
our previous speaker said that there's 1.2 minor crashes, whatever the term is. I think that's saying that there isn't a big issue as far as that goes.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you'd accept that the rest of that sentence.
Oh no, that was the whole entire sentence for that one. It does go on. There's a whole lot of more detail in there as well. I can keep reading if you want.
I have read it. In fact, a couple of weeks ago I was right with you. Although, anyway, I'm here to ask questions, not give my point of view.
So, Deputy Mayor has another question.
It's just around the placemaking. There is a little bit of a budget to do some improvements. What do you think is nice about Hataitai Village or could be improved from sort of being there?
Hataitai is a great little spot. It's got heaps of interesting shops. It's got places that people want to go and hang out. It's a really important bus node, and it's very walkable. So those are the things that make a place nice to live in. So I think we should support that. Sorry?
Seating? Seats?
There are some seats there already. I think you can always use more seats. It's a very age-friendly solution to a lot of things, putting seats in sunny spots for people.
Thank you.
Kia ora. Thank you, Alan, for taking the time to come and kōrero with us. We appreciate you doing that. Now I'd like to welcome Mike Mello from Living Streets Aotearoa to talk to us about the Hataitai intersection. Kia ora, Mike. So you've got 10 minutes, and I imagine there will be some questions for you. Kia ora.
Thank you. Kia ora, committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you. On the screen, we've identified what appears to be the apparent. Sorry. Thank you. On the screen, identified what appears to be the apparent reasoning behind this proposal. And the first thing is significant safety benefits for pedestrians. We've heard there are 1.2 crashes a year, I think it is. Thanks to figures provided by council officers, I looked at how many were pedestrians. And in the 18 years from 2000 to 2017, there were 2 pedestrian incidents on that intersection, both of them minor. Now, there will be underreporting, there will be near misses, but we are still talking about a very small number. Even if that's underreported by 100%, that's one minor incident every 4.5 years. And the focus on safety has ignored other essential pedestrian considerations like accessibility, livability and convenience. The fact that this will become less convenient for pedestrians, as demonstrated in the benefit cost analysis, is not mentioned as an impact on pedestrians. It says that it's inherently unsafe, which appears to rely on 2 things. One, that it's illegal to stop on a pedestrian crossing, and 2, that the current pedestrian zebras don't conform with the pedestrian planning and design guide. If stopping on pedestrian crossings is a significant, inherently dangerous issue, there's a lot of work to be done because it happens every day on many pedestrian crossings around the city. Secondly, the guideline it says about the pedestrian crossing shouldn't be within 5 metres is actually not what the pedestrian planning and design guide says. It says that the crossings on a platform should not be nearer than 5 metres. There is no such guideline for zebra crossings. But on inherently unsafe, the proposal is in fact creating 2 situations that are inherently unsafe. One of them has already been mentioned, is that we're moving the pedestrian crossings from the desire lines, and as far as my recollection of the design guide, it doesn't say they should be on desire lines where safe, it says on desire lines where possible, and it clearly is possible because they currently are. They're being moved away, which means that people will tend not to use them. And that creates a dangerous situation. The second inherently unsafe thing that's happening is that it's a safety feature to minimise traffic and traffic speeds through suburban centres. This proposal increases traffic and traffic speeds through the centre, which is hardly a desirable thing to do. The next point is that driver uncertainty is assumed to be bad. There's no evidence provided for that, and there is actually evidence that driver uncertainty is good for road safety, because uncertain drivers drive more slowly and they drive more carefully. There are actually lower accident rates where uncertainty exists. Fourthly, it's said to be a good investment because there's a benefit cost ratio, which is a good one. But you've got to look at the distributional aspects of that too. All the benefits go to vehicle users to the tune of $1.5 million to vehicle users, $500,000 to bus passengers. There are all disbenefits to pedestrians. 800,000, best part of $1 billion as a disbenefit to pedestrians. Next point is that the proposal is a policy-free zone. the council has significant and good policies about transport hierarchy, about the way different members of the different way people who travel in different ways should be treated, and one of those is that there's pedestrians come top and private vehicles come bottom, and the proposal makes the utterly baffling statement. This proposal aligns with the Council's commitment to the sustainable transport hierarchy, which prioritises pedestrians over private motor vehicles, and its proposal that saves private motor vehicles time and therefore money to the tune of $1.5 million and costs pedestrians time and money to the tune of nearly $1 million. It is it could not be less aligned with council policy. Bizarre. So, but actually, the situation is worse than looking at that, because the proposal's encouragement of vehicle traffic, discouragement of pedestrians, will tend to mean more traffic flowing through more quickly and fewer pedestrians. It's a secret of well, it's not a secret, it's a well-known point about suburban development, that you actually want it the other way around. You want more people and you want to discourage through traffic. This does precisely the opposite. The result will likely to be a less vibrant centre, a less safe environment for pedestrians, and fewer people using the buses because of the increased difficulty and risk of getting to and from the stops. Is this really what the council wants? Is it really what the people of Hataitai want? The people of Hataitai clearly don't want the proposal. Now, not for the reasons I'm talking about. But do you really want to approve another unpopular proposal? We suggest that this be withdrawn and you look at a revised way of looking at it with a better form of consultation, because there were lots of aspects. I've sent you an email which indicates the deficient aspects of the confirmation. There was insufficient information. There was nothing in there that every option that was proposed was bad for pedestrian. Every one had negative benefits for pedestrians. So we urge you to reject this proposal, to reconsider what should be done, and take into account the previous two presentations, particularly the first one from Stephen that seemed to be remarkably sensible. Thank you.
We've got a few partai. Councillor Rush.
The safety or the incident data is interesting, but we both know if you sit at either anywhere in that intersection for any length of time, you will hear horns tooted, you will see people cut off. It happens all the time. In my view, in the view of many in the community, there's an accident waiting to happen. Do you agree?
No. I don't, because if accident waiting would have happened, it would have been happening, and they haven't. Yes, it is not a good place to cross the road. It's not a good place for pedestrians to be, but it's a better place than where there will be more vehicles going through faster, and you have to cross at a place where you don't want to.
Mayor Foster.
Yeah, Mike, sorry, I can't find your the email that you sent us, but what I was really asking is what are the kind of things that you think should be done at that intersection? I know you've mentioned Stephen's comments earlier, but is there anything else? Because it doesn't look like all the...
One of the proposals that we made was to raise the whole intersection onto a level platform.
So we've got that one covered here, and rejected.
That was rejected. That was rejected in the early stage as being not required. I think it was.
Yes, that's what I say. It's covered and rejected.
But no detail was gone into.
Yeah.
There are minor changes you could do with signage, but it needs to be looked at from the point of view of consulting on what is actually proposed, of giving full details of what is proposed, but also looking at the policy. What does council policy say? And that has been ignored is a strong word, but at least not paid sufficient attention to in the design of this. Council policy should. You have council policy to govern what you do, to guide what you do. And if you ignore it, as happened in this case, you're going to come up with a bad answer.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Free.
You talk quite a bit about disbenefits for pedestrians. Is it just that it's going to take a bit longer to get to the crossing?
Well, you say just that it's going to take a bit longer. That was not mentioned in the consultation. It was not mentioned that there would be benefits for pedestrians. So people haven't been able to submit on that. The only way it was revealed was in the last diagram on the last page of the presentation to the Hataitai Residents Association. It was hidden. Okay. So people were not aware of that. Secondly, it doesn't. They talk about 6 to 7 seconds, which doesn't sound like a lot, but that's the whole principle of benefit cost analysis, is that it builds up on small changes. And 6 to 7 seconds is actually a long time to wait when you're crossing the road. And what that will mean is that people will tend to do different things. They will tend not to cross at the crossing. They will pedestrians are extraordinarily badly behaved people. They will duck across, they will dive here, they will go where the plan doesn't send them to go, because that's what desire lines are about. So yes, the disbenefits are there, and the disbenefits are there for pedestrians in every single option. And there are also there are benefits to which come through to users through the reduction in the crash rate, which is down as a benefit. And some of that will accrue to pedestrians, but very, very little, because of the comparatively very small number of pedestrians affected by crashes at this intersection.
Tēnā koe, Mike. Thank you very much for coming into kōrero with us today. We appreciate you taking the time.
Thank you.
Okay, so now I'd like to welcome Joanna Newman, who's coming to present a petition for Save Mount Victoria's Heritage. So Joanna, you have 5 minutes to do your presentation, and then I'm going to ask Councillor Young to put the paper forward for councillors to receive.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Morena. I'm Joanna Newman, co-convener of Mount Victoria Historical Society, and we're here to present formally our petition, which was about retaining the pre-1930s demolition rule in Mount Victoria as a result of the consultation on the spatial plan. So why we did this petition, we were very aware that most people didn't even know that the spatial plan existed, or the draft spatial plan existed, and they certainly didn't know what it meant for Mount Victoria. We wanted to find out what people really did understand about it, what they knew about it, and to inform them if they knew nothing, and to find out what owners and tenants thought about the proposals for Mount Victoria. Essentially, we wanted to take the temperature of Mount Victoria in regards to the proposals. A little bit about the process. We had professional guidance in the design of the petition. We started with a survey to test things, and again, that had professional design input. But we decided on a petition because of the time required for a survey. The petition was signed at a community meeting, and we had it in 2 venues in Mount Victoria, the Hub and Tomboy in Marshbank Street. But the main method of collection and most of the signatures were collected door to door. We had 9 people, 5 committee members and 4 supporters, who tramped the streets for hours. Rain, wind and shine, and believe me, there was a fair bit of rain and wind at end of October. And Phil, my fellow committee member here, estimates that he alone spent 60 hours tramping the streets, knocking on doors and talking to people. The outcome was, we believe, significant. We had 15% of the residents of Mount Victoria sign the petition. So that's 685 residents out of the 4,527. And half were tenants and half were owners. And again, that was because we really wanted to know about residents' views, not just owners. many councillors will have seen the video, the small video clips that Phil put together, but I'll ask him now to share just some of the representative views.
From ex-politicians, business leaders, people from the arts to student tenants, Mount Victoria is a diverse neighbourhood. An ex-senior politician had interesting things to say about the draft spatial plan, none of them complimentary. A well-known Wellington businessman was very keen to sign up, reflecting the adamant opposition in McFarlane Street to the spatial plan. McFarlane Street is the poster child of Wellington, but yet is facing the prospect of 4-storey apartment blocks. A renowned film director signed the petition, lives in a beautiful old villa, proudly showed me around her sunny house, worried that she could be overshadowed by 4-storey apartment blocks. Many times residents were keen to show me around their home, pointing out the heritage features and their newly completed renovation or their secret garden. They were very proud of their house and where they lived. However, the big surprise to me was the number of tenants that signed the petition. As Joe mentioned, about 50% of our petitioners were tenants. Tenants love Mount Vic and its heritage. In Caroline Street, I had a tenant run up to me in the street to sign with her partner. She had just come home and was told by her flatmate that had signed the petition I might still be in the area. In Hawker Street, I had a group of student tenants lining up in the hallway to sign. A couple of them offered to write down why they love living in a heritage villa. Another tenant in Hawker Street who lived in a house Bernard Freiberg had lived in was keen to honour him by signing the petition. Also, many of you would have seen or may have heard about the video I showed when I made my personal submission of the various tenants talking about why Mount Vic heritage was important to them. These are the real voices of residents, not those from people purporting to speak for them.
We've come to the end of the 5 minutes, so I'd like to thank you both for coming to present the petition today. Tēnā kōrua, thank you for the time you've put into that. Kia ora. All right, so we will now get underway with the meeting, and I'd like to invite, I think we should just do this quickly before we have morning tea, because we can... You have, well, yeah, but you know, you're pretty good with your words and using them efficiently. So I'd like to invite Councillor Young to introduce the report.
Just for those of you who don't know, I spent my first 10 years in Mount Victoria, and I returned there 2 years ago, and I love it. I love the sense of history. I love the totally diverse community. It's always had a diverse community. It must be one of the earliest to have had such a cross-section of ethnicities. I'm absolutely amazed by the work that has gone into this petition. April may be the cruelest month in England, but October is the cruelest month in Wellington. And that's when the residents flogged the streets and asked almost everyone. Did I see Iona's mother had signed the petition when I went through the names? I think so. I didn't sign it because I wasn't asked. So the thing is, this petition is about recognising Mount Victoria's contribution to our sense of city, of a sense of history. It's one of the most heavily densely populated parts of Wellington, if not the most densely populated part of Wellington. It's also a tourist destination. People come to see the crowded houses where you can hear when your neighbours are having a fight, but they don't, of course, in Mount Victoria. It's a mixture of quaint cottages and villas. It's a fantastic area, and the residents don't want to have a jackboot of planning put across it. They want to make sure that owners and renters want to make sure that the suburb's charm is kept intact. So that is why they did this petition. 798 signatures is no mean feat. I started going through to see who's on it. I gave up after a while because it's a lot of signatures. And the organisers believe, as Jodie Mitchell said, we won't know what we've lost until it's too late. So I commend the residents who knocked on so many doors in such a filthy time of the year. A huge effort and a demonstration of community action, and I'm really delighted to present the petition formally.
Do you have a seconder? Oh, Councillor Pennant. Councillor Pennant put her hand up first. Councillor Pennant, would you like to speak?
Kia ora, Chair, and I will be brief. I'm feeling rather under the weather today. Look, I'd just like to briefly thank the residents for putting so much work into this petition. It's democracy in action and it's very much appreciated. I won't comment on the substance of it because we are still thinking about how the spatial plan may shape up, and it will certainly be taken into account next year. I did check the signatures. I don't think any of my family members signed it, otherwise I certainly would have declared a conflict of interest. But I stand corrected if any name is there. And I personally chose not to sign it when one of my neighbours came round just because of the role I've got here. But look, many of us, of course, know how hard it is to door knock a number of houses, and so it really is appreciated and wonderful to see the passion and commitment that people have to their suburb.
Kia ora, Mayor Foster.
And I wanted to add my congratulations to Mount Victoria residents, and it's clearly an extraordinary amount of work that's gone into this, and obviously a lot of dialogue going on with the community. So, so well done on that. I just also wanted to reflect on it was the Mount Victoria Heritage Historical Association. So it was Joanna actually organised the first of a number of different walkarounds. No, sorry, second of a number of different walkarounds that I did with various different councillors across a number of different suburbs during the period we were doing the consultation with the spatial plan. And it was particularly interesting to be able to listen to the stories behind some of the buildings which you wouldn't otherwise know. And I only reflect on that because of the comment that was made about the house that Bernard Freiberg lived in. And so there is clearly a lot of stories which sit behind some of these houses, which as we think about telling our collective story, they are very important. And clearly these suburbs are also very clearly very important parts of the character of our city as well. So it just means that we're going to have to think very, very carefully about how we manage these issues as we walk our way through, not just the spatial plan, but even more the district plan thereafter.
Tēnā koe. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak? No? Well, then I don't think you're going to need a right of reply, are you, Councillor Young, because there's nothing to reply to there. So we will now put that to the vote. So the recommendation is that we receive the information and thank the petitioner. Petitioners, yes, there are a few. Okay, so that's carried. Right, thank you very much. What we'll do now is we'll break for morning tea and we'll come back at 5 to 11. Thank you. away. Okay, I'd like to call on Councillor Condi to introduce the report on the Hataitai intersection.
Kia ora tātou. All right, so we've got, this is the culmination of a pretty long process, as we heard when we had our questions on Tuesday, that goes back to a traffic lights proposal almost 3 years ago at this intersection. And the reason that all of this came about is because of community complaints and community concern about pedestrian safety at this intersection. And when we did some surveys at that time, it was a large number of the people who participated in the survey talked about having experienced a near miss or having seen a near miss, and generally just feeling like they weren't safe crossing at this intersection. And as we heard Ellen, when she came to speak to us today, said she just recently had a near miss on the pedestrian crossing as well. While I acknowledge that we might not have, stacks of injuries or injury crashes here, which is a good thing, we do have a community who feel unsafe and where we're constantly experiencing near misses. And we saw the video that we were shown on Tuesday of a near miss on the pedestrian crossing that was pretty scary. So that's the issue that is at trying to be solved in this case. When we went out on traffic lights a while ago, there was considerable community opposition to that proposal. And so staff came back based on that feedback and thought that they would go back and review all the options to see if traffic lights was really the best way to go. And I think the work that the staff have done on this project has been exemplary. It's the first time that they've done this new kind of investment model that they're looking at, where they created a long list of options. They literally sat down and tried to think of every single option they could think of about what they could do to improve safety at this intersection. I think there was 15 in total, and they reviewed all of those based on multi-criteria analysis and were able to rank them. And then, having identified what the highest ranking options were, they went on and did a cost-benefit analysis to see which of these options was the best way to go. And this is really excellent practice, and I think really reassuring to see the value for money that lens that's being put over these minor projects that the staff have done. So when they did that review, they found the mountable roundabout was the clear number one choice under the multi-criteria analysis, ahead of several other options. And when they took through and they took several of the highest options through to the cost-benefit analysis stage, and actually found that the two other options returned negative benefits. Whereas the proposal that's in front of us for the roundabout it looks like it's going to return about 10 times on our investment. Now, much of that return is in travel time co-benefits, which I acknowledge. It's about speeding some of those, improving the flow of vehicles through that intersection. But there are also, primarily this is a safety issue, and there are significant safety benefits to this proposal. And in the graph that we had in paragraph 20 on our papers, it showed that the crash cost savings of this option were significantly higher than either of the other two options that went to the cost-benefit analysis. And while I absolutely acknowledge Mike's concerns about how this could impact on pedestrians, travel times and those sorts of things, I think to say that there are no benefits to pedestrians is not correct, because I think that all of the crash cost savings will significantly accrue to pedestrians because they're the ones who are going to be safe. And in a fender bender, the cars might come out all right, but people take a lot longer to heal. So this is primarily motivated as a safety issue, and the mountable roundabout gives the best safety improvement for pedestrians out of all the options that we looked at. So that's one of the main reasons that it has been chosen. And it also has travel time co-benefits, which is great, particularly because we have so many buses moving through this intersection. It's a significant bus route. And improvements in those travel times will make our colleagues at Greater Wellington and Metlink their lives much easier in terms of running their buses through that intersection. So that's a really important co-benefit of this, is that but it's not about increasing speed through the intersection. I wanted to talk about that because it came up a couple of times in public submissions. The travel time benefits that we see don't come from people going faster through the intersection. They come from reducing the wait time while you sit at the intersection. So this is not about making vehicles go faster through here, which would make it unsafe for pedestrians. It's actually about reducing the wait times that people have as they arrive at the intersection. How long do they have to wait before they can go through? That's where the travel time benefit comes from. It doesn't come from an increase in speed. I want to thank the staff, the work that they did around parking, because that was one of the key pieces of feedback we had from the community, and particularly from the businesses who are on this intersection, that they were really concerned about the parking loss that comes with this proposal. And we asked the staff to go back and look at whether we could introduce more short stay parking close to the area, so that the area didn't lose any short stay parking. So when our public participant came and said we were removing 11 car parks, that's true. Physically there will be 11 fewer car parks there, but we are reassigning all of the closest parks to the area to be short stay parking to support the businesses there that need that parking turnover. So a lot of the parking in that the area at the moment is unlimited, and it's often used for commuters who are parking and using the bus. So those people who are parking and use the bus will have to move a bit further out and walk a bit further, and the people who are coming to the shops will have parking that's as close to the shops as we can make it, and the same amount of time-limited parking. In fact, 2 more time-limited parks than they actually currently have. So that was something we really did want to support the business community there, to make sure that they had the parking that they needed for their customers to turn over. And I really want to thank the work that officers did to make that a reality. I think after working on this project for now almost 3 years, it's become really clear that there's not an option for this intersection that is going to get majority support from this community. We're just not going to get to a situation where everybody is going to agree on this option. And so in that case, I think it's really important that we're able to fall back on the really high quality analysis that our staff have done about how we can improve the safety at this intersection. I want to talk about a couple of the options, just to refer to a few of the people from public submissions. One of our public submitters, Stephen, came in and asked for the stop signs. He said, why can't we just do stop signs and paint on the road? It would be significantly cheaper. But actually, if you look in our papers on paragraph 14 in the table there, changing the give way controls to stop controls was only estimated to be $5,000 cheaper than the option we have in front of us, so the financial savings were not that significant. And it provided significantly less safety improvement than the mountable roundabout that we are actually voting on today. I absolutely acknowledge that it's ideal to put crossings on the desire lines, but where the crossings are at the moment simply does not meet the NZTA pedestrian planning guide. And this is one of those things where if we come back to this intersection and need to fix it up and want to change it, we actually need to bring it up to current code, if you like. And bringing it up to current code means moving these pedestrian crossings back from the mouth of the intersection where they currently are 5 or 6 metres further back, so that there's room for a vehicle to pull up across the pedestrian crossing and then wait at the intersection. And so in our papers on paragraphs 6 and 7, this was the Land Transport Road User Rule and the NZTA pedestrian guidelines. Because at the moment where the pedestrian crossing is sited, there is nowhere for a vehicle to stop except on the pedestrian crossing. They have to stop on the pedestrian crossing to be able to get good visibility of the intersection. And I acknowledge that there are lots of parts in the city where cars do park on the pedestrian crossings and absolutely should not. But in this case, the way the intersection is designed gives them no choice. They have to break the law. And so by moving those pedestrian crossings back, we're actually making it much safer, improving the visibility and sightlines for the vehicles. And that does mean that pedestrians will have to walk a little bit further. One of the things that we've considered about those desire lines is how we can use the placemaking that we want to do in this area to help move those desire lines. So we're looking at planting and other things that will encourage people around to use the pedestrian crossing, so that we can try and shift those desire lines over time. Because it is really important that we use those safety benefits. But I think it's really clear to me that the NZTA pays for 51% of this upgrade, and they have a reasonable expectation that we will bring this intersection up to code and comply with their design guidelines, which this does. I think the reality here is that there's no way to improve pedestrian safety at this intersection and improve pedestrian travel times. We can do one or the other, but not both. And in this case, I think the improvements to pedestrian safety, whether that's perceived safety or actual safety, those are both important and valuable benefits. And the slight disbenefit for pedestrians having to walk a little bit further is just a compromise that we have to make on this design. The other option that came up was the raised table option, and asking why that wasn't pursued further. When the staff looked at the raised table option, the biggest concern there was around flooding, this intersection that comes down the hill to this intersection. And if we raise the table, that raises the road level up, which means all the water is going to go off the centre of the intersection and into the neighbouring shops. So again, if we want to be worried about our shop owners, that's really not a great option. And the amount of expense that would have come along to try and mitigate those flood impacts were very significant, into the $1 million, $1 million plus. So the main reason that the raised table got taken off the table was actually about flooding, rather than any of the actual analysis of the option. But I would like to also point out that the raised table had significant disbenefits for all travel times for all users, including buses. And I think it's really important that as the buses go through here, we are always asking our colleagues at Greater Wellington to do what they can to improve the bus service. And what we need to do as our part is to make sure that it's easy for the buses to get around and through our intersections. And this improvement does that for them, whereas some of the alternatives would not. So I think that's it's a really impressive piece of work from staff, and I think I highly commend it to you, as this is, I think, the best way that we can go forward. This is clearly the best option. While it has some downsides, all options have downsides. This is clearly the best compromise option for us to go forward at this intersection. And Councillor Paul was going to second the paper. Kia ora, would you like to speak to it? Kia ora. So we've got an amendment from Deputy Mayor Free.
Well, actually, I have had some long discussions with the staff, and they have convinced me that they have put the sharrows into one of the design documents, so I'm content with that. I didn't see it in the documents that I had, but it was at the presentation. So look, I'm very happy to speak to this and speak positively for it. This has been a long time coming. I remember attending a very het-up community meeting with Councillor Kelvie Freeman after we had proposed the initial idea from the staff was actually traffic lights. That was met with a fierce resistance. I think there were a room full of people, 100 or so, and I know that some of our staff were there to answer some very pointed questions about parking, about lights, about delays. And as I think Councillor Condi summed up, actually, when you try and do this, there's always going to be people that are feeling that some aspect of it is not to their advantage, but that is to be expected, because a change always brings about some benefits and some disbenefits, and it's unavoidable. But I think what we do have to keep in mind is there are some very real risks here, and the reason that this came to our consideration was because a young girl nearly got seriously knocked over by a car. It was similar to the near miss we saw on the video, but again, very scary. It could have been quite serious. And it's hard to weigh up that, that pedestrian disbenefit that comes with a little bit of extra travel time, a few seconds of having to take a bit of a longer route, with the actual potential damage or death of somebody that it may not happen often, but when it does, it's so tragic that you do need to keep that in mind. It is a possibility here. I mean, that video we saw, I think it's lucky that someone wasn't seriously injured in that one. So we've got a solution here, which I know the staff have worked incredibly hard to get to, and I'm confident to support it. What I have made clear to them is I think the way to win the hearts and minds of the people of Hataitai will be to do some improvements to the placemaking, and it doesn't have to be expensive. I think a little bit more greenery, some seats, and just a little more of sense of place will do a lot to actually convince them that we have tried to think about the place and the people. And also, of course, the sharrows to indicate that cyclists have not been forgotten about, and anything we can do to reinforce the fact that it is a 30-kilometre speed environment. It has been designated that, and we need to just make sure that's really clear as well. I do think roundabouts can work. I have had a property in D Street where a roundabout made a huge difference to how the traffic actually operated fairly to let people have a suck at the sav, getting in and out of this intersection. Also, another really prime example where roundabouts worked incredibly successfully is at the top of Crawford Road. And actually where I live now in Strathmore, there's a roundabout which has been planted with roses, which is pretty unusual, but makes us feel very special in Strathmore. But it also works, and it's very similar to this design. The pedestrian crossings are set back a little bit, and no one seems to find it too much of a problem to walk a little bit of a detour to get across it, partly because you're walking through lovely roses. So I think that's where the placemaking can come in and be a compensation. So look, there isn't too much more to say except that I will support, and because of the placemaking being important, and because particularly I want to support my colleague Councillor Rush and also my colleague Terry, who have quite a close connection with Hataitai, I will be supporting Councillor Rush's amendment to just note the placemaking and note that we will be working with staff to make sure that sort of is kind of what we think the community would like within our budgets. That's it from me.
Imagine Councillor Rush, you do have an amendment?
Yeah, I do. Cyrus, if you'd like to put it up. And I'll speak to the substantive as well. So as Councillor Free intimated, this is designed to ensure that the intersection remains a part of the village and is not seen as a hub, an 8-metre grey concrete monolith sitting amongst this lovely village. It would indeed cause concern amongst the community. So that's what this amendment's for, is to ensure, having been on and around various parts of New Zealand as a councillor now, you look at interesting pieces of urban form. I've got a few photographs and think that actually a roundabout does not have to be a transport hub. It can be a celebration of the place that it's in, and certainly Hataitai has got some wonderful pre-European history, the legend of the Taniwha, all those sorts of things could be somehow incorporated to make this roundabout something more than just a thing that cars go around. So just from my point of view on the substantive, I should mention that as chair of Roseheath Residents Association did submit on the first round of consultation, and says having fresh back from the UK went mini roundabout. But yeah, I mean, I have over the last probably weeks or months vigorously tested our officers with all the things that our submitters today have raised, and it's been pretty testy actually, and I have to take my hat off for the patience of the team and their courtesy and willingness to engage with me. I would also note that the easy thing for me would be to vote this down, because I know that there are significant people in the community who have supported me actually, who are very concerned about this, but I genuinely do not think that's the right thing to do. Today, the transport team, the professional engineers, have put together what they say is the right solution to make things safe. I've got kids. Hataitai Primary is just up the road. There's also an early childhood centre nearby as well, and certainly if we were not to go forward today, my suspicion is that a solution of any sort would languish and would only be brought forward when and indeed a serious injury occurred. So as a consequence, I don't want that. So on that basis, I mean, someone mentioned flooding before. Actually, the Foursquare flooded without the raised table a couple of years ago. The reality is, Councillor Condon, you mentioned no option will, not everyone will agree, possibly not, but the overwhelming feedback I have is do something. And today we've got a proposal on the table. It's the only proposal really that's supported by officers, and it's the one which I think will actually create the most benefits. So I will be supporting this.
Thank you. Councillor Pennant, would you like to speak to this? She's seconding, so.
Thank you very much, everyone. Much appreciated, and I'd like to thank the officers. I hear that they've worked hard, and Councillor Condi for your leadership. But I'm going to make it my job to raise some concerns at quite a fundamental level. So this morning I was just thinking about the architecture of cities and how they facilitate the faster movement of cars and more use of them. And traffic resolutions have been a part of that architecture. So we have many resolutions which enable people to drop off children at school, and things like roundabouts. And roundabouts are quite interesting because I was just doing a little bit of research on them, because they're a standard traffic engineering response to helping with traffic flow. Now, I appreciate that the argument is that there are some benefits for bus users, but that's really where they come from. And I guess the environmental challenge has been to say, actually, traffic management doesn't really work if you want to make cities work really, really well. And I was speaking to one Hataitai resident who sort of said to me, well, there's a missed opportunity here. There's lots of change being proposed for Hataitai, and couldn't we do something more fundamental to make it a really, truly people place, rather than just a place to get 16,000 cars through a day. So again, I acknowledge the hard work of staff, and I know it's not perfect, but I think, again, we have to ask some really fundamental questions about how we plan for transport and for places, and that when we plan, that the place is more important actually than the facilitation of private vehicles, which are very low down on the transport hierarchy. And as I indicated on Tuesday, I was disappointed that 75% of the benefits were coming to private vehicle users. So I appreciate Councillor Rush's amendment. I've been happy to support that. I won't be supporting the solution, just as a signal to say, look, we've still got some work to do to think about how we plan for cities for the 21st century. Thank you.
Councillor Fitzsimons, you'd like to speak to the amendment? Oh, no, you. Okay, so who'd like to speak to this amendment? So, but Councillor Pennant is seconding that, yeah. Deputy Mayor Free.
No, I just thought I would actually respond to Councillor Pennant. I don't quite know what to say, Councillor Pennant, because are you saying that by not supporting the solution, you actually would prefer to keep it the way it is, which we know is not ideal? But anyway, look, as I've already said, I will be supporting this placemaking, and I think it is needed, and it can be the compensation for the recognition that this is about a place for people. The softening with plants makes it a destination and means that people who are in cars are less likely to speed through and more likely to recognise it as a place that they need to observe the current 30km/h zone. I just think that to fail to vote for the solution, as you've said, as you've indicated you are going to do, is to choose to keep it the way it is, which we know is actually not safe and doesn't meet current safety standards. So I'm a bit surprised at that. That's all I've got to say.
Councillor Condi.
Just to quickly speak to this amendment to say I think it's fine. We've got a limited budget here for placemaking, but I think it's great that we look at how we use that to do some important traffic management things like change pedestrian desire lines, which is a safety issue. But while we're at it, let's make sure that we're actually realising some of the aspirations for this community about what they would like their space to feel like while they're in it. So thank you for bringing this amendment. Thank you for the officers working with you on how this would go forward. And I'm perfectly comfortable with it and happy to support it.
That's the list of speakers on that. I imagine you don't need a right of reply because there's been nothing for you to have to...
I was wondering, do I need a right reply to my seconder? That'd be very awkward, but...
you could address that back in the substantive maybe if you need
to. It's all fine. It's all fine, thanks.
Cool. Thank you. Okay, so we'll now put this amendment to the vote. That is carried. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to move back to the substantive. Are there any other people who would like to speak to the substantive? Councillor Fitzsimons.
Yeah, look, just very briefly, I just really want to commend officers for the huge amount of work that's gone into this. And I want to say that very genuinely, but with a touch of self-interest as well, because we are really hoping that you will do the same now in Brooklyn. And I just want to be very clear that we're very supportive of it. And I know that it must feel quite challenging sometimes to work through many objections within the community and sometimes random questions from us at this table. And I just want to say thank you so much, because it's really, really important. And we do get a lot of pressure from communities. And I actually think, I was really surprised when I first started as a councillor that traffic resolutions come to this table. I was like, oh, that's weird. Okay, do we do that? But I do think it's actually really important for communities to get to have a say and to be seriously considered. And I just wanted to commend Councillor Rush as well, because I thought your position on this was a really responsible one. And I hope that I can have the same good sense when it comes to the Brooklyn discussions.
Beautiful. Councillor O'Neill.
Kia ora, councillors. I just wanted to briefly open my little time and debate with playing the video again of a near miss that was shown to us earlier. So the reason that that we're showing this video is I just wanted it to be in the YouTube video in case other public participants or people that have worked on the Hataitai roundabout get an opportunity to see just a smidgen of some of the reported incidents to council. In 2017, the Hataitai Residents Association conducted their own community survey on the intersection. 70% of respondents felt the intersection was unsafe for cyclists and other users. 61% felt the intersection was unsafe for drivers. 57% felt the intersection was unsafe for pedestrians. Our own data shows a number of reported crashes and near misses, one involving a mother and a baby at the Hataitai intersection at Hataitai Road, Waitoa Road and Moxham Avenue that have been received over in recent years. Since then, our council officers have worked incredibly hard, and I want to take the time to thank Siobhan, Charles, Nadine and many others that have sat in community events with us, and as my colleague Councillor Rush acknowledged as well, been incredibly patient and working through the different proposal. We've also found some fantastic solutions, such as saving 2 car parks, finding more short stay opportunities for car parks and making sure that our retail centre still gets some of that reassurance as well. And we've also worked on the bus stop on Hataitai Road, and Greater Wellington has advised this can become a part-time as it's only used in the morning peak hours, and so the residents get that space back as well. Since the beginning of 2017 and many more meetings before then, as I'm sure residents are aware, Council has taken a really strong cost-benefit analysis to look into things not just traffic lights and traffic signals, and we know that we've been around this roundabout before, and now is the time. Now is the time to sort of thank and acknowledge. I know Chris Kelvey-Freeman was a really big advocate of trying to get a traffic solution in this area, and so was Simon Marsh. But their work has kept councillors in the previous training was really important, and I know that Chris has kept his eye on this traffic resolution as well. So when you go to pick your kids up from childcare just up the road, when you run for the number 2 bus and it's raining, when you squish into the bus stop and then try and watch the bus go past you because it's already packed, but that's okay, or when you stop to get a cream bun at 3 a.m. on the Saturday with the famous Hataitai 24-hour bakery, we know that we can be safe when we're crossing in that area. And I'd just like to close in thanking a lot of people for their own attention, both outside of the ward as well, to try and find a safe solution. And I'm most certainly reassured, as I am not a traffic engineer, that the options presented to us and the cost-benefit analysis has found the best solution for pedestrians and others using that space to feel safer and to be prouder of that intersection.
Councillor Pennant.
Thank you. Sorry, I just wanted to make two brief comments. But councillors, I appreciate you you have a right to your views, and I think that's really important. But I guess I just wanted to note that given there was some significant opposition, that I felt that it had some validity, so that's why I've taken the position I have. And also, just the point is that if we are to have transformation, we need to think fundamentally differently, and that is the problem, is that we are using standard techniques to make incremental improvements to safety rather than looking at some of the deeper problems, and that's really what I'm here to do. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to speak to this? No? Okay. Right of reply, Councillor Condi.
Thank you, everyone. And I just want to start by just thanking the ward councillors, because this has been an enormous amount of work for you. There's been a lot of community meetings. I know you've had a lot of inquiries. It's been a lot of work that you've been managing, listening to your communities, coming back to the offices, testing out all of these objections. And just want to thank you for all of the ongoing engagement that's been really constructive, sometimes a bit testy, but always constructive, and that's really appreciated. And that it's not an easy situation to be in as the ward councillor when there's still a little bit of community opposition to a change like this. But I just wanted to address the community opposition issue for a moment, which is just to bring to your attention that over the course of this process, from over the last 12, 18 months, the consultation, the numbers of people responding to the consultation on this have continually dropped off, from hundreds of people getting involved down to 80 or so people who wanted to have a say, down to in the teens that we've had people coming in to say on this, and a couple of people who came in today. And that's not to say that there's not still opposition, but I think what it shows is that over the course of this process, most people in the community have become comfortable with it. They've asked their questions, they've had some answers, they've had a chance to see how we've resolved some of the issues around parking. And so I think what we've seen is that more people in the community are they might not be happy, but they're settled, And I just want to come to Councillor Pannett's comments. The reality here in this intersection is that we can't improve things for buses and PT users without also improving things for cars. And it's really, really important that we improve things for PT users if we want to encourage the kind of mode shift that you're talking about in transformational change. So, this does improve things for pedestrians, it does improve things for bus users, and we can't do that without also improving things for private cars at this point in time. I think I think we are using the tools that we have to support the mode shift change and the change that we've been seeing. I thank all of my colleagues on the Regs Committee, because we've had a lot of small things that have come through the TRs over this year that make genuine improvements to things that support mode shift across our city. And just this week we made the change on Adelaide Road, which took out several car parks at a particular spot that's quite dangerous for cyclists, to give cyclists a bit more room when they're travelling up that route. And it's a really important route for a number of commuters. So I think we are using the tools we have to make the changes that we want to see. It is frustrating sometimes that it goes slowly. We've got the parking policy in place now, and we were able to draw on that new piece of policy when we were looking at this traffic resolution to see that clearly we should be prioritising short stay parking over commuter parking. We had a clear direction on that. So that's been really useful. And I guess I would just, my one plea to you, Councillor Pannett, would be that this has been a really difficult issue for this community. And I think it would be a great signal to send to them if we could be unanimous on supporting that this is the best solution that we can find for this safety traffic problem. So while I completely acknowledge your concerns around climate change and transformation, that's my plea to you. And with that, thank you all.
All right, let's vote. So that's carried. All right, now Tom's going to come and sit over here. I'm understanding that this is the Mayor who's going to introduce the paper about the Municipal Office Building Base Build Proposal. Amended substantive, right. Okay.
So, councillors, I'm really pleased that we're finally in the position to be to have a discussion about mob. And I am going to take this in the wider context of Tanaka Civic Square, as I know that many of you will also agree. Look, Tanaka Civic Square, we know it should be the beating heart of our city. I mean, we called it Tanaka, the heart. Civic Square, the civic precinct, the heart of our democracy as well. At the moment, of course, it is neither. I'm trying to work out what the best way of saying it, but it kind of feels like it's in an induced coma at the moment. It's not dead, but it is in a situation which it needs reviving. And this paper is about part of that. But we've got to see it in that wider context. So we've got pretty clear advice about mob, and we've known this has been coming for a while. And that advice basically says that it is not economic to strengthen and to repurpose the building. You know, there was a hope of that a year, 18 months ago, when we thought that it might be a $40 or $50 million project. It's clear that it is now an $80+ million project, and it is not going to get us a building which is resilient, and it's not going to get us a building which is adaptable. It's not going to get us a building which is modern, and it's also not going to get us a building which actually, frankly, does anything for Tanaka Civic Square either. And I'll come to that again in a moment. So Tanaka Civic Square as an area in induced coma. So this is about mob. We've clearly got some issues there. We know that cab is not merely a problem, it's actually damaged, and it's damaged to the extent that when we were going through the insurance process, and I didn't go in there, but when we were going through the insurance process, the advice is that parts of it had to be propped up for people to go in and have a look at it. That's not great, but it is brilliant, and particular credit to Sarah Hay for the work done to actually get us to the point of having an insurance settlement, because that gives us the ability to actually make some decisions about cab. And the two of those are clearly inextricably linked, because there's an atrium between the two of them. And if you start doing something to one of them, you've got to affect the other one. We also know that capital E it leaked since the day it was built, and it is also earthquake prone. It's got a yellow sticker on it, and we also know that there are going to be issues because of the construction nature of them with the roof of the car park, which is actually the base of Tanaka Civic Square itself. So we've got some really serious challenges there. However, on the good side, of course, we're working on the town hall. I did go and see that a couple of months ago, and it's so far so good, going well, but it's a really complicated process. But what you do see from that is that when it was done, it was not, when it was done in the late 1980s, early 1990s, it was not done properly. They did some things which they did above the ground, but they didn't do anything under the ground. And that means that, unfortunately, we are now doing the work that we're doing now to do it again and do it properly. And I guess that is one of the key messages. And it's also one of the key messages that we collectively determined with the decision we made on the library. Because there were some people who said we want to do a quick and dirty job, if you like. The reality was all we'd have done is pass the buck to a future council and a future community and said, well, you're going to have to do it again properly. So the clear message I think we have is do it once, do it right. And the reality is with mob, the do it once, do it right means that mob's got to go, because we can't get a resilient building, and certainly not economically. So we all want to get on with it, and I guess the other thing is that what was really good, we had a really good workshop a couple of weeks ago, and I think the key message from all of us is we want to get on with it quickly. We want to move with speed, because that's about restoring Tanaka Civic Square, but it's also about giving our community some confidence. Delay would impact on the really exciting opportunities for the National School of Music. The longer it takes to get a building there, the longer it takes the National School of Music, or they determine that there's another site within the precinct they've got to go to. It also costs a council in terms of accommodation. We're paying a rent here that if we were back there, and I know that's a debating issue, but if we were back there, that would offset that. And it also loses us the opportunity for remaking Tanaka Civic Square and for reactivating it. And it means the other thing I think we heard the other day is the time frame. That it means that Tanaka Civic Square is a building site for even longer. Now, we know that it's going to be 3 years for the town hall. We know it's going to be, we're looking at May 2025 for the library, and we were told potentially 2026, depending on how long the consenting and construction and process goes for a mob cab replacement. The faster we can do this, the better, because otherwise we still have Tanaka Civic Square as a building site for 6 years, or at least a partial building site for 6 years. The quicker we can get it back again, the better it is. So what do we want? And this is the reference in the new 7 there, and officers were fine with that we want that framework, and we want that the framework is referred to in the paper. But we actually say as a council, we want to get on with that. We're quite insistent we want to get on with it. and Danny has said that he's happy with Q1 in time for the LTP. So what are the kind of things that people might look at? Well, clearly there will be areas of debate around the civic function. Some of you are really keen, as I am, to see some civic function back there. It's a matter of how much, and others are perhaps less keen. We also talked about whether there's a multitude of different uses that might be there to provide activation into the square. I think that whatever decisions we make about those two things, they should be through a principle lens. What are the principles that we have there? So what principles do we want? I'm just going to pick a few of them because they are relevant to this. The first one of them is resilience. Because if we are not resilient, then, and we know that Tanaka Civic Square at the moment is not resilient, I've covered that already. We also know that Mob is a relatively low-lying building. You know, when you go into the town hall, you walk down a ramp to get to Mob. We know that Tanaka Civic Square's got something like 19 different levels, so some of them are lower and more vulnerable than others. So a new build allows us to lift up out of the tide a little bit more. We know it's vulnerable to earthquakes, and we know the blunt reality is that neither Mob nor CAB are able to become a fully resilient building. And over to what I was going to say next. We also, I think, talked about things like active edges. And again, the reality is that not one of the buildings in Tanaka Civic Square at the moment does what it should for the square. They're all inward-looking, and some of them actually act as barriers to the outside streets. And that, which is another one, is what's the link between Tanaka Civic Square and the outside streets? So you put the town hall, Mob, and CAB together, and you've got a whacking great wall which blocks people off from coming into the square from the south, which is not a good outcome. We want 24/7 activity, and the need to be active ourselves to do active programs of activation. We also want, I think, diversity of use in the area. I would love to see, and in fact, I've had a number of people approach me about putting screens into the area as well, big screens built into the buildings so that we can actually, tell stories and have movies and events and things like that. So some pretty cool things we could do in that area. We need to tell our stories and reflect on our diverse community. We need it to be a centre of art and culture, and I know that Councillor Young has got an amendment along those lines, which I am fully supportive of. I think the National School of Music opportunity is incredibly exciting. And I'd also love to see us use the rooftops better than we do. So there's a whole bunch of things, and there's a whole lot more things which we can build into that framework. But we need to get on with getting a framework in front of our community to give them input into how we redesign and reimagine Tanaka Civic Square, and also, as this paper says, to help us with the consent around demolition. With Mob, essentially the choice is between a building with a poor floor plate that addresses Tanaka Civic Square poorly, that we cannot get to high resilience, it's low-lying, it's also linked intrinsically with CAB, and it's not economic. So that's the, if you keep it, those are the things that you're buying into. Or a new building which can better address the square, it's more functional, we can co-develop with the with the CAB site, we can lift the floor height, and we can make it fully resilient. So I think it's a pretty easy decision for me. While I have some affection for the building, I can tell you that when we had the Sydney earthquakes, I can remember one of those being on the ground floor and going, ooh. There's a lot less affection than when you think you've got six to seven stories of masonry above you and go, oh God. And I would not have wanted to be there in the Kaikoura quake. So we can't get it there. So in terms of the amended wording, if you can just roll it down just a little bit. Second bit there is we're putting it into the draft LTP, not the final LTP, because we do want to consult on this. Recommendation 3 is we agree rather than we simply note, because in fact we've never done anything. The paper says that's where we're going, but we should actually agree. So we're putting that stake that we think that's the right option. And then what I did want to do with 4 and 5 is to actually not beat ourselves up too much in terms of the consenting process. Look, we know it's a contributing building, it's not heritage listed, but why actually say, well, the bar's really high, and try and almost say we're going to try and make it as hard as possible for ourselves. So it's just telling the facts. It's not heritage listed, it is a contributing building, and it will require resource consent to demolish. That's 4. And note that in 5, note that the resource consent process will be supported by council demonstrating its plan for the site post demolition. That's what the framework is all about. And then in 6, I've said up to 750,000. Danny kindly sent round the how the budget will be allocated. If we don't end up having to go through an appeal process, we don't use the contingency, we don't have to spend all of that. And at the moment, everything we can do to avoid extra cost is a good thing to do. And then 7 is really about us sending a very clear message as a council, which is what we talked about at the workshop. We want to get on with things. We want to get on with the framework. We want to get on with the decision on cab. And we want to get on with that resource consent and the delivery timeframes, and asking officers to come back in Q1. They're happy with doing that. So I am pleased to move this. Oh, and the one other thing I wanted to mention, final thing to mention, is that the longer we take, the more difficult it is for Town Hall, and the more that Town Hall is going to cost us, because the wall, which is the shared wall between Mob and the Town Hall, which is obviously the western side of the Town Hall, at the moment, we're doing, the foundations, and then there's a beam that goes in. But when we actually go to the wall itself, if we actually go, well, actually, we don't want that wall in the end, we are going to be spending a reasonably sizable amount of money. The total bill for the whole lot is 5.9. Some of it's fine, because it'll be required regardless. Some of it will be wasted. We don't want to do that. And I think we want to give a very clear message that in the first quarter of next year, we've actually made up our minds which way we're going to go, so we avoid that waste. I think our ratepayers would expect that.
Do we have a seconder? Deputy Mayor Free.
Thank you. The Mayor did ask me to second this, and I'm really honoured to second it. And I actually applaud the Mayor for his leadership and in tightening up some of the wording here and in casting a clear way forward. So I think that we're absolutely on the right path here to consider demolishing both buildings and actually giving us the opportunity to really reimagine what could be there. It's an opportunity to provide an accessible building, a more resilient building, a building that's fit for purpose for the next 50 to 75 or however long years, hopefully. And also, obviously, to combine the idea of the things we might need for the School of Music, but perhaps also think about some of our own council functions that could potentially come back. A lot of people would have, in relation to the library, liked to have seen a new build, and that wasn't the pathway that we agreed on in the end. But here is the opportunity for a new build. And for those people who've said you can do more, you can do more with less money if you are doing a new build. Well, here we go. And this is the opportunity for us to actually think and consult our community and work with our community to build the heritage of the future. So between the key heritage buildings that will remain, including the repurposed Ian Athfield Library, we have the chance to actually put a stamp on Civic Square that comes from this era that we're in. So I think it's a very exciting opportunity. Really commend the Mayor again and staff who've worked on this, and obviously colleagues have had input into this as well. I'm sure you'll have lots to say about it, but I'm happy to second.
Should we go to the amendment first? So Nicola, you can put forward your amendment.
Okay, well, shall I wait till that? I thank officers for their unfailing patience, courtesy, attempts to be understanding, and Cyrus, but also Danny, and I hope this is not a poison chalice for you. I like religious references. So I was born and raised in Wellington, as you probably all know, and Wellington's history is really important to me. And but it also ties in with the fact that I stood for council because I wanted to serve Wellington. And there is a real sense, fair or unfair, that nothing is happening in Wellington. And the trouble is, perception is reality. The city is crying out for leadership and action, and I think Civic Square has almost become an emblem of it. It's mouldering, quite apart from that sinister hand on top of the central city gallery. So this is the time and a really golden opportunity for councillors to be bold and show Wellington that we are leading the city and giving a clear direction and a sense of urgency to Civic Square. Now, we all know that Mob is doomed. I know we have to go through various processes. And to quote those wonderful words of Mr. McComb, unfortunately, there is no option to do nothing. That is truly my favourite quote, I think, probably in the history of my time on council. But it's a very tricky site on reclaimed land with a history of quake-damaged buildings. Some of you may not know that the Mob's predecessor was damaged in the 1942 quake, 7.2 quake, and that was demolished, and that's why Mob was built. and it was designed by the city engineer. So yes, I do want a new building using the most modern seismic engineering, but please also a beautiful building. Could we please use an architect this time? I think that'd be a great start. I've got some other things on my wish list, which, you know, it's only my wish list, but I'd like the reinstatement of that park where CAB stands now. And I'd like those poor dolphins who are trapped behind the Central Library. They used to be in a great big fountain in front of Mob, and they've been put into a little fountain about this big. And I'd like them released, not into the great outdoors, because they are just metal, but I would like them back in a proper size fountain. But this is a very expensive proposal, and we know that we are facing horrendous rates increases no matter how much we manage to get them down. And we know we have a lot of expensive projects. And that is why this clearly states that we are asking for all funding options to be investigated, because there's a limit to what we can put on the ratepayers. We don't want them to have flight from Wellington. And you'll notice also I refer to the Michael Fowler car park. I don't think there are many councillors who are in love with car parks. I could name a couple who might be. But that Royal New Zealand Ballet building is temporary, and it does look like a badly designed deep freeze. So I do want that to be temporary, and I want us to think, what is the future of that car park? Probably not for cars. So yes, this amendment is all about action. I want to get Civic Square's regeneration underway as fast as possible. I want the city to see that city to see is not that ghastly bridge. I mean, I want the city to see that that we are getting things underway. The Civic Square must become Wellington's musical and creative heart. It's been our democratic heart for generations. And I am concerned that in all our talking about Civic Square, there has been almost no discussion of where councillors will be. And that is why this talks about that we really want, if possible, we are asking the officers, or telling the officers we want to be back in Civic Square. So I did actually, as I was walking last night to my 3 evening functions, I went past a sign that said Civic Square. Sorry, it said Civic Centre Car Park. So I Googled on my dictionary, Civic Centre, a place in which the chief public buildings of a town are grouped. And that is what I want. We'll have the old town hall, the Michael Fowler Centre, the City Gallery, the library, and the council home. So I've got to read my writing, it's really hard. So I want our Civic Square to regain its civic role. So these amendments are about giving a clear steer. Yes, please sort out the Mob and CAB buildings with urgency. I'm happy to lend a hand. I found a hammer the other day. And I want the council to return to its home. So let's get cracking with Civic Square. So that's really all I want to say. But I would say that this is being seconded by my political sister, Fleur Fitzsimmons. Fitzsimons.
I'm relaxed.
I struggle with your surname.
I'm relaxed. Fitzsimons will make it correct. Tingako Fitzsimons. There we go.
So anyway, I would just like your support for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fitzsimons. Thank you. And I did want to start by thanking Councillor Young, because I think that you're taking leadership on this issue in a really, really important way. And I'd also like to thank, also surprisingly, former Mayor Kerry Prendergast for the opinion piece she did in the Dominion Post on the 18th of November, which was entitled We Need to Get Life Back into Civic Square. And personally reading that, I found it inspiring and energising, and it made me realise that we must set a really clear vision for what we want Civic Square to be. That is what this amendment is about. Wellington needs its heart back. We've agreed for a plan for the library, and this is the next step. It's taken too long for decisions on Civic Square to be made, and Wellingtonians deserve a commitment from around this table to restoring the civic part of Civic Square, and a really clear message of support that Tinako Civic Square is our musical, cultural and democratic heart, because currently it looks like council's mothballing Tinako Civic Square. We need an injection of vibrant energy and a really clear plan and commitment to its future. And I think the thing is about Wellingtonians, they can forgive and understand delays, but only if there's a clear vision and a plan for the future, and that's what this amendment is all about.
I think that if you, I've often thought that if there was a sort of an accounting standard or a requirement to pay for unutilised buildings, this council would have spent a fortune. And as governors, I think we do have a really important role to play in sending a clear message that our public civic buildings should be located in our civic square. And currently we're paying over $3.6 million a year for renting space that's not in civic square and not that we own. So we do have a legitimacy and a mandate problem at this council at the moment. You only have to look at the quarterly report to see that only 29% of Wellingtonians have confidence in our decisions. And part of that is because we need to be quicker about what we do, and we need to give a clear vision about what we want to achieve. And I think this amendment is about doing that. And I agreed with much of what the Mayor said, although I was a bit freaked out by his suggestion around screens as a parent, because I already have so much trouble managing the screen time of my children. I don't want to go to Civic Square and have this problem again. Thank you. I ask for your support for the amendment.
Councillor Wolfe. Sorry, could I ask for officer advice before we go to debate? Sure. Can we have officer advice, please, on this amendment, and also while you're at it on the Mayor's changes? Fantastic.
So, in relation to the amendments suggested by the Mayor, then we're fully supportive of those amendments. And I know it was Danny and the Mayor have got together and discussed those. So, in relation to this amendment, we're fully supportive of the vast majority of what's proposed there, with the exception of the term main. Main.
It's number 9, the main Wellington City Council premises renewing.
So council can make the decision to move the council offices back to Civic Square. They can make that decision with a lot of information and data that will come out of the framework. And that will give you surety that you're finding the sweet spot of the balanced outcome between cost, risk, revenue, end user functionality, legislative compliance, maintainability, sustainability, etc. Or you can make that without any of that information and probably not hit that sweet spot. We would be supportive of a council presence. I think the CEO is going to speak now.
Sorry, and I just wanted to add, I absolutely support what Tom has said, and we are with you in trying to make a strong statement to the city about our intentions for Tinako Civic Square. The only other point I would make, and I think Danny made that in an email to you all last night, is that the bit about determining now that the main Wellington City Council premises return to Civic Square means that as employer, that I as CEO lose the opportunity to actually have that discussion with you about how we ultimately best deploy our staff and locate them to support your vision for Tinako Civic Square. And this is probably, I think, a bit premature because it doesn't enable that discussion and also doesn't enable us to fully review all of the options available to you to achieve those outcomes properly, which you are required to do. Danny suggested some alternative wording last night, which my advice to you, it would be preferable to that.
We might just adjourn for a couple of minutes so that Councillors Young and Fitzsimons can review that.
Okay.
Convening the meeting, sorry.
Yeah.
Yes.
So for the last a lot of years, I've frequented the Tinaka, our civic square. It's amazing. And it's even amazing at the moment. And you only had to see the vibrancy down there on Tuesday afternoon with the graduation parade in our civic centre. And you've seen the protests, and it's our heart. I walked around there last night, and on the library building, it says Tinaka, the heart of whānau, family, tina, lunch, puka puka, books, ahurie, culture, taikaro, play, and it goes on. And it should have waiata there as well. It's really, really important. I think we make this decision now. We absolutely do. The buildings that are there currently that are pretty much empty, they weren't fit for purpose in the first place. In my term on council, really, they're not anything near what they should be. And we've got an absolutely amazing excuse to do something right for the city right now. As to the heritage side, I took photos of that building last night. I don't think it's got a hell of a lot of redeeming stuff about it. But that's debatable, because we've actually seen in the past where some of us who might not be experts in architecture and aesthetics have been proven wrong. But I think in this case, we've got to make this decision now. We can't keep saving buildings that in some ways can't be saved and shouldn't be saved, and this is an absolute point in case. I'd like to commend the mayor and the deputy mayor and also Councillor Fitzsimons for what you've brought to the discussion and the debate so far, and the amendments. I think that we need to show the city that we're prepared to act, and we're prepared to act quickly. And I think the city will support us as well, because Tinaka is our place. It's something that's really important to Wellingtonians. It has evolved over many years. We actually have replaced buildings there over the years as well. And I think that there's a great deal of excitement around town, particularly in relation to the music side, the university side, and we've just become a UNESCO City of Film. That should be a centre for showing the rest of the world just exactly how wonderful Wellington is, with our movie industry as also. So, Councillor Young, I think you, with regards to most people, know of what a valuable space this is, and you rang me last night, and I fully support what you're trying to achieve here. So I've had enough of it. Yeah, it seems, but let's go for it. And Joe Coughlin always said let's crack on, let's do it. Thank you. And I'm going to be giving an apology a little later, because I am going to head down to the Civic Centre to enjoy some vibrancy at 12:30.
Enjoy.
Do you want an answer to that?
I'm going to speak now. Tinako Civic Square is a place that I've spent much more time in the last few years than any other time in my life, and I've come to appreciate all the corners of it, but also know the quirks and the difficulties around it. A car park that has water oozing in at the seams, and in the building mob, which when we left, I looked down at the wall and some of the tiles were coming off, and so I can completely understand why that building needs to go, and support that that's the direction that we're going in. It was built for yesteryear. It's tired, it has an unusual layout, and it's just awkward for anyone to try and fit themselves into. But when you look at Tinako in a broader sense, it also has some of those same issues, that the corners and nooks and crannies don't necessarily fit together very well for now and for delivering in the future. But one of the things that I really think about is that it is our democratic heart, and at the moment when protests happen there, people really don't know who they're protesting to. I remember standing in the mob building and looking out and acknowledging protesters, and now I think how sad that, you know, our civic heart has protesters that are there thinking, who are we saying this message to? And it's not quite the same doing it on the terrace where there's not much space. So it is important that we provide a space where people can tell us how they feel about things and make sure that we are welcoming in the way that we do that. So I do support Te Ngākau being a place that Wellington City Council gets back to, and I think within that amendment it's saying the main Wellington City Council premises. It's not saying the whole of every single person that works for Wellington City Council has to work there, but you know, in its main, people need to see that that is where Wellington City Council is, and that's where you go to share your opinions on something, to maybe pay a fine or or get out a library book. But you know, it needs to be a place where people know that that's where they go to do the things that it means to be a Wellingtonian. So I'd like to really support that, and I thank Councillor Young for bringing that aspect to it, because it is hard. I've seen when we moved here, it had to happen quickly because of the earthquake, but it's really hard to make the decision sometimes, and I think what we're saying is we just want to make that decision and start planning for it, because at some point you have to decide where you're going to move to, and actually the lease that we have on this is ticking away, and we need to know where we're going next so that we can plan for that and build something, or you work out how we're going to do that. And I also you know, am supportive of us working out who we can partner with to do that as well. There are some really great options in this city. We've got a lot of people who are wanting to be part of creating a vibrant city, and we should welcome that and work with that. So very happy to support these amendments, and really I'd like to thank you, Mayor Foster, for your urgency that you've shared through this as well, because this is something that, you know, we really do have to move on and make sure that Wellingtonians get a sense that we know what we want for the city. Councillor Fitzsimons.
I really just briefly wanted to acknowledge the officer advice and say that it's really important to have a plan, as the Councillor Day's just outlined, because there was no plan before this to move back, and it's not irreversible. If it becomes the most ridiculous idea in the world, then you'll come back to us with advice. But what we're wanting to send is a signal that we want this to happen, and that's what Civic Square is all about.
Kia ora, Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. And look, I will be supporting the amendments except for number 9. I think, in fact, 10, 11, 12 are probably already there, or hopefully there in the Mayor's amendments or the changes to the actual paper. I fully support us all actually moving back to Te Ngākau Civic Square, but I don't think we should be stating now about our main Wellington City Council premises. If I interpret that, I'm thinking about all our office space, and that land is prime land. It could be used for lots of different things of a civic and community nature. We could have certainly our offices. We need to be down at that part of the town. We're much better suited there rather than the sort of what I call the corporate end of the city. But we don't actually need to be in a building on Civic Square. We could be somewhere on Wakefield Street, for example. But as long as we have got some sort of presence, whether it's a service centre, it's formal ceremonial space. But I think this just tightens it too much at this stage. We do know that we're getting next year, officers will be presenting to us a framework for the whole area, and I think that will enable us then to sort of take a very comprehensive, cohesive, holistic look at how the spaces are best used. So refining that down in that way is why I can't support that number 9. I agree with the first part, but not the second part. So I will, but I will be supporting the main recommendations, so I don't need to speak again. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Free.
I've just been taking a bit of an interest in the idea of what the word main might mean. I actually think this is quite important. I have always thought we should get back to Civic Square, and some of us should get back to Civic Square, and it can't just be the councils and democratic function. It needs to be some of the things that the community identifies as main. And that doesn't necessarily mean even the bulk of the staff, but it means the presence is what's perceived as main. And it's things like how the public interact with council, so the fact that they'll come there for their presentations, the fact that they've got, maybe even building consents are quite important actually for people to have a sense that council's actually there. But I'm comfortable with the idea that main is the right definition because it's flexible enough for us to decide what that means and doesn't necessarily just refer to numbers. So thank you for this. I will be supporting it.
Councillor Rush.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For those of us who've spent 51 of their 52 years not involved in local body politics, the Tanako Civic Square precinct is a place that I'd never gone to. I certainly do not have the sort of affinity that others around the table have. That said, I respect those people, and I think that for the same reason as I supported Councillor Fitzsimons in terms of the library, I need to put aside my own Philistine approach and listen to iconic Wellingtonians such as Councillors Wolfe and Young. Noting, however, that I also recognise the possible problem with the word main and relocation. In fact, it being the creative heart, I'd say Miramar will always be, at least, or anyway, and musical, I felt Cuba Street, but there you go. None of these things are limiting, and I think I'll take my direction from those who have moved this.
Councillor Condie.
Thanks. I'm just going to speak to the amendment at this point. I just want to start by thanking Councillors Young and Fitzsimons for bringing these amendments and kind of bringing the sense of urgency to this that we really all wanted to see around the table. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be supporting number 9, and it's for me it's fundamentally that we just haven't had any advice about what the implications would be about, and there's a lot of discussion right now about what the meaning of the motion even is, about how much of this are we even discussing, how much of the council are we going to put back. We haven't had advice on what the financial implications of that would be. There are certainly cheaper places in the city to have office space, and in the current financial situation, I just feel like this is getting a little bit too far ahead of ourselves. Given that we haven't asked the public about this and we don't actually know how the wider community feels about it, I kind of fall back on what I think about it. And, agreeing with Councillor Rush that from my point of view, this, Tanako Civic Square was where you went to the library or the art gallery or the MFC. I never mattered that much to me that the City Council was there. It wasn't something that felt particularly important to me, which is to say that I'm completely open to it. But it just feels too early to be making that decision, as I say, without any actual advice on that. But otherwise, I really appreciate the efforts that you've put into getting this moving along. So kia ora for that.
Mayor Foster.
Thank you, and thanks, Councillor Young, for bringing the amendment. I think there is an issue around the interpretation of what main means. Now, my understanding is we had something like 1,200 of our 1,800 staff, although that still feels a bit high given the libraries and pools and parks and everything that is actually around the city. But something like 1,200 of our 1,800 staff were at Tanako Civic Square before we moved. So what becomes main? Probably anything. A few hundred will probably still be the main site if that's what it was. And obviously that, I think we will need some advice as to exactly what that looks like. What we do know is, and that this was something that certainly the previous Chief Executive was very strong on, that we need to make sure that whatever we do, we go back and we make sure we are housed in buildings which are not the first buildings to fall over. In other words, we're the last man standing, not the first one to fall over. But I think the other thing to say is in terms of process, the recommendation says agree the framework is developed. So we've already got in the substantive to say to officers, bring us back a draft framework in the new year, which we will do what with? We'll consult on it as alongside our as part of our LTP. So we will go out to the community and say, look, one of the stakes in the ground that we're putting there is we believe that there should be a significant civic presence in Tanako Civic Square. And I buy into that completely. I think that is exactly right. And then we'll get our community will give us feedback and go, we completely agree with you, or you're completely wrong. So actually, I don't have any fears about this being hey, we've completely decided, we've had no advice whatsoever, we've decided. What we're doing is saying that you prepare that framework on the basis that we believe that the council should go back there and there should be a clear civic presence. I think that's the right thing, because otherwise, frankly, how can you call it Civic Square if the civic is not there? So I think it's appropriate, and I don't have any of those fears. And if the community come back and say, no, you shouldn't be there, frankly, I'll be surprised. But we can take that on board, but I don't think they will.
Councillor Paul.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak to the amendment because I won't be supporting number 9. Although I do agree with the intention, and I'd love for us to work there, because it is pretty restricting working in such a corporate building where we can't even put, plants on the table. We have plants in the room. And I'd love to be down there because it is where everything is happening, but I can't support without advice on how we expect the implications of climate change to affect the whole square, which I'll talk about more when I respond to the substantive. But and I think, I agree with what Councillor Condi has said, that having organised 3 different marches or activations within that square never mattered much to me. That Wellington City Council was there never had much of an impact on that organising. And like Councillor Rush said, I've never really seen it as a kind of musical centre. I definitely think Cuba, that kind of Cuba precinct takes that on more. And when I think about Greater Wellington having moved there, I think that's an opportunity that we need to look at that is a bit more resilient towards the challenges that we know we're going to face. So I won't be supporting 9, but I will support the rest of them.
Councillor Pennant.
Thank you. So thank you, Councillor Paul, because I will be doing the same thing as you. Look, Councillors Young and Fitzsimons, I do appreciate you bringing this amendment, and if climate change didn't exist, I would be supporting it. Sadly, it does. And I think that's really what's missing here, is some robust advice around the impacts of climate change. It's not enough just to do building by building. You will recall that I did try to at least get in the consultation the idea that we could build our library somewhere else, because I think it is time to start retreating. I don't think we can spend $750 million potentially to upgrade buildings on a site which just may have too many resilient challenges. And this is about making really significant long-term change. Not all of the city's CBD is dangerous in terms of that long-term problem. So there are some alternatives, not easy alternatives, obviously, but we are in this position. It is an inconvenient truth that we have caused climate change, and the impacts are now being started to be felt. And I do think we have an obligation to future generations to act in their best interest. And we can't just keep building in places which are at risk. But I'm happy to support 10, 11 and 12 because that's about further advice. And of course, a short-term building on the Michael Fowler car park, maybe a shack, would meet with my support, because using, at the moment, valuable inner city land for car parking isn't desirable.
I think we've already got the shack. Councillor Young, your right of reply.
Okay, so one of the main points of this amendment is to bring out into the open something which seems to have been our secret, which is where is council going to be. And so this is the first time we've really had a public airing of it. So irrespective of the vote, which I hope is in support of my amendment, I feel very pleased that Councillor Fitzsimons and I have given oxygen to what otherwise might have been a dirty little secret. So just to respond to a few things, I'm very grateful to Simon Wolf for his support. And as he says, we can't keep saving buildings that can't be saved, and we will have to start make some big calls on some buildings. We've been making some already, but we also know that there is a limited amount of money. So that's why I really appreciate your support on number 11. And Simon, you're right. We need to show the city we're prepared to act, and that this is Civic Square is council's own place, so thank you, Simon. Councillor Day, yes, our democratic heart. That's really what the other thing is, bringing it out into the open. It is our democratic heart. And yeah, I hadn't thought about the fact that protesters don't have anyone to target their protest for. Clearly it doesn't worry Councillor Paul too much. And it's probably no great surprise. I've never been on a demonstration in my life. I've thought about it, but, you know, always other things to do. Yes, and we do need to plan, and we need to think about what we're going to do with the square, who we're going to partner with, how we're going to plan, and the planning takes time, and so the sooner we start, the better. Councillor Fitzsimmons, oh yeah, have I got it wrong again? Oh God!
Think of Simon Wolfe. Your name.
I do try and think that. Yes, I'm going to think of you, but think of Simon Wolfe. And so,
scary that you're thinking about.
So thank you for your support in this, Councillor Calvert. I'm disappointed you can't support 9. I know you wanted it split into 2. I didn't want to muck around with it because I felt that it had been through too many processes, and you know I hate last-minute amendments. That's why I had to get this one out last night before 5 o'clock. Yes, it's the whole thing is about a comprehensive look at the whole site. Just trying to see Councillor Free. Oh, yeah, thank you for the definitions of main. It's an interesting word. Well, there are lots of words that are interesting, but it is about how the public interact with the council. And there are lots of parts of council that the public have no interest in, although they're often the most important parts. But the parts that they do have an interaction with, yes, that's part of what I think is main. But as you say, this is flexible enough. We're not designing the building. You know, we're just saying this is what we'd like. It's a bit like writing a letter to Father Christmas, but I hope to have a more realistic expectation of the results. And I look forward to showing Councillor Rush around Civic Square and its various buildings, because I do like the fact that he's open about being a Philistine. That's good. I mean, it's better than having to tell him he is. And of course, I'm disappointed that Councillor Paul is unaware of the joy of our symphony orchestra, one of the best in the world, which is truly a blessing. And they do music for everybody, and they've done some fantastic stuff that I can't stand, but other stuff which is amazing. And the National School of Music will be a fantastic asset to have in the middle of the city. It will make it really come alive. I don't quite agree with Councillor Wolfe that Civic Square Tanakau is incredibly vibrant right now. I think it has patches of it. Oh, well, I misunderstood. So we won't have a point of order. I'll just withdraw that because it's not that important. So yes, Councillor Condi, it is early days, but you know I like to be organised. I haven't wrapped my Christmas presents for next year yet, but that'll be next on my list. And Councillor Foster, thank you for your support. It is about putting a stake in the ground, and we can ask the public what they think. I know what quite a few members of the public think, and they don't all have the surname of Young. But we cannot call it civic if the civic isn't there. You're absolutely right, Your Worship. And lastly, Councillor Pannett, well, no surprises, Iona, I know your views on that thing. And I know you think it is time for us to start retreating. Retreating has never been part of my life. You know, it's like onwards and upwards. But you did speak of alternative sites, and but it's a shame you didn't mention them. Perhaps we could have an offline discussion. So anyway, I would be grateful for those who think they can support it. If you can't support it, I'll still speak to you. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to vote now. We'll take number 9 separately, so we'll vote on that now. We will definitely take a division. I've got to vote. What's going on? Yeah, Foster. It didn't work. There we go. Go count now. Oh, that carries. Fantastic. Can you go back? Can you just display that again? Can you put it back on the screen? Oh, yeah. Oh, thank you. Thank you. We're back to the substantive now.
3.
Oh, sorry. I just assume those have been supported. Right, 10, 11, 12. Voting is open. Yeah. Lunch is calling. I know, yet. Wow, that one's older. All right, we'll go back to the substantive now. Would anyone else like to speak to the substantive, or do you feel that we've canvassed all the issues? Councillor Condi, do we have more?
Thank you very much. I just wanted to talk a bit about mob. I think I wanted somebody to speak out in defence of mob, because I actually really like mob. I think it's a lovely building. I know, but here we are, each their own, right? And I think, well, that's the thing, right? I looked at it from the outside and think it looks nice, but I can easily admit that it's not the most practical building inside of it. But one of the things I actually love about it, Councillor Young, is that it was designed by a civil engineer. I think it's lovely that we have this historic building in Wellington that was designed by a nameless public servant, the city of nameless public servants who do lots of work behind the scenes. And all of that said, I think it's absolutely clear that it's not economical for us to retain this building. So despite the fact that it has a fond spot in my heart, I just think, we absolutely can't justify the expense of trying to retain this building. And I think that actually, for me, is going to bring up a really important conversation we're going to have during the district plan about how we look at heritage, and the conversations we have about, what standard we hold people to in terms of keeping heritage buildings that are not economic to retrofit, but that are earthquake prone. So I think that's another conversation we'll have to dig into at some point in the future, after the break. The other thing I wanted to say is just that, just the excitement around the National Music Centre, because it actually isn't mentioned anywhere in any of the recommendations, but I think we're all really excited about the National Music Centre and the amazing opportunities that's going to bring, and energy that can bring back to Tanako Civic Precinct. Oh, good, number 8. Because I think it's a fantastic opportunity. The town hall's acoustics are, world renowned, and having decided to invest in keeping that building, I think it's a great way to make sure that we're leveraging its great advantages and finding a way to kind of hook that into the really important creative infrastructure of our city. So as much as we might acknowledge that mob in its current state doesn't really have a future, we're all very excited about the future of the National Music Centre. So thank you.
Councillor Pennant.
Thank you. Like Councillor Condi, I'm quite fond of the building too. I'm quite a fan of modernist architecture. But look, I'm not going to support Mayor Foster's train of direction, because we actually haven't had heritage advice. So I would like that, and that will take time. So I was happy with
right of reply.
Happy with number, just a note. Potentially, rather than agreeing today. I don't think that's quite appropriate in terms of the decision making. I'm not particularly keen on spending $750,000 at the moment. We've got lots of financial pressures on, and whether it's just the highest priority of everything that we need to be doing, I think is a very much up for debate. And just lastly, that I hope that the draft framework will look at issues around climate change. It's hard being green. We keep talking about climate change, and then when we have climate change decisions or with significant climate change implications, I just find I'm still finding it a bit of a challenging conversation. But anyway, look, I think it's been helpful. I can't see you all, remember.
You just gave a Kermit quote.
Kermit. I am Kermit. But thank you. I think it's been a constructive discussion, and that's always appreciated.
I'll just quickly speak, because I just want to speak about the Music Hub. I am really excited about it. As someone who learnt music as a child, I think it's amazing having the opportunity for a space that can be accessible to the community, to be inspired and to be able to interact with music in our city. We claim we're a creative city, and it's so important to... sorry, I'm trying not to laugh because Sarah keeps catching my eye. I loved Kermit the Frog, by the way, my favourite character, so there you go. Yeah, so and actually having been up in the mob building when the Salvation Army band started playing, I think it was just before one Christmas, and just feeling really, it really lifted the whole area, having music. Just from the general public perspective, it felt random, even though it would have been planned, but it's lovely to go into a space and be surprised by what's happening there, and so I'm really excited that this space can be dynamic, and yeah, I think we're very lucky that we've got this option. So now we're going to put this to the vote. Oh, actually, sorry, no, you're allowed a right of reply.
That's very kind of you, thank you. Look, councillors, thank you very much for the vote. And can I also just say thank you to the officers for the work so far, and obviously there's a huge amount more work to go, but particularly Tom and Danny and your teams, and I know Peter, the work that... still there, the work that Peter did beforehand, but I know that there'll be a huge number of council staff who've been part of getting us to where we have got to. Right, in terms of the things that you raised, councillors, Deputy Mayor, the chance to put a stamp on Tanaka Civic Square. Now, I think, in a sense, we're already starting doing that. The decision we made on the library starts to do that. But yes, this is the time to do that. But we do it, the key thing is we do it with our community. And that is the opportunity that we have through the framework to start doing that, and I'm really looking forward to that conversation. Councillor Young, thank you very much for your amendment. It was a pleasure to support that. And you said the city's crying out for leadership and action, and that is exactly what we're doing through. That's why I was really anxious to put in some action things, because I did not like all the noting bits. I wanted to go further and say, actually, we want to make some decisions. We want to put a stake in the ground, and we want to get on with this. And so thank you for reinforcing that. Completely agree with that. You also said make whatever we do beautiful, and that was one of the other principles that we had in the workshop discussion. There were quite a lot of them, but that was certainly one of them. We want a place that's beautiful, a place that's memorable, and that people can look out. That's Wellington. As opposed to that could be anywhere. And you also made some comments around the ballet. I actually had the pleasure of going up to Fire the other day and having a look around to Fire and talking about how these things might happen. And of course, that was where originally that the ballet was supposed to relocate to. It wasn't one of the best decisions that was ever made on behalf of the council to put a temporary building there, especially with a whacking great concrete block underneath it, which doesn't look terribly temporary at all, but obviously it's got to move in time. So I agree we've got to look for the Michael Fowler Centre car park and what we do with that. And thank you particularly for your comments around the civic role and also the heart of music and culture. And I think actually because a number of you have raised it, I think that the National School of Music actually is a really, really exciting proposition. And it's bringing education there, but it's also the opportunity for that education to spill out into the public spaces and for people to be able to see music being practiced and performed. And I think that brings so much life and vibrancy. And if it inspires people, that's brilliant. Because we had some of the team from the National School of Music here, and it's great. It's inspiring. It's something which we should all be looking to celebrate. And we're better than, Tanaka Civic Square really is in the heart of the city. If you look, it's in the fulcrum of the bend around the harbour. And I think that it's just the perfect place for that. Councillor Fitzsimons, yes, I also agree completely with Kerry Prendergast's article too. I actually wrote an article not dissimilar to that, and then we said no, we'll do that by way of press release instead of article. But she was bang on the money with all of those things. And you're also right about the rental cost. There isn't. I think you've mentioned opportunity cost. You're absolutely right. With the longer we leave things lingering, and I guess that's partly the response to Councillor Pannett. $750,000 doesn't give me any pleasure to spend money on a resource consent process, but on the other hand, at the moment we've got a building which, if we don't do that, is doing nothing, and that's opportunity cost, and we've got to recognise that, and $750,000 is an opportunity cost that we swallowed up in a matter of months in terms of accommodation, so we need to get on with this. Councillor Wolf, completely agree with the UNESCO City of Film comment you made, and that it is the opportunity for us to showcase some of that in this space as well. Councillor Paul, I think I've already commented on the music centre aspect. That is really profound. It's a real opportunity for us. Councillor Pannett, just looking at, I was just Googling some of the, if you're thinking about climate change and sea level rise, Tanaka Civic Square is vulnerable. Yeah, but so is most of the rest of the CBD, and actually so are CBDs all around the world. and we come to Johnsonville, says Councillor Day. If you want to, I don't think we're all going up to Johnsonville, but so the reality is that it is not more or less vulnerable than some other parts of our CBD, and we've got to work our way through how we transition, how we support, how we defend, because clearly this is a place we are going to need to transition and defend. The opportunity of a new building is we can raise floor levels, and we already took that opportunity with the way that the library is going to be designed. And I think that's probably all I need to respond to, other than just say, look, really exciting opportunity for us to say we want to put a stake in the ground, we want to get on with this. It is the heart of our city. Look, there are challenges in terms of affordability, but that is why we need to be looking at partnerships. It's why we need to have other people involved in helping us to redevelop Tanaka Civic Square. Oh, and the other one I did mention, Councillor Day, you mentioned there are a bunch of bits around if you have a look around Tanaka Civic Square at the moment, there are lots of nooks and crannies which are really badly used at the moment. They just do not work. This is the opportunity for us to put that right, because it was never particularly brilliantly designed, in my opinion, in the first place, and I think we've come to learn that and understand that as time has gone on. So, councillors, I commend this to you, and I hope you'll all support it, and we can get on with our community in redeveloping the heart of our city.
So speaking of stake in the ground, we've got some lunch soon, so we'll just do our voting and then we'll have some lunch. You said stake in the ground, it's food. I just heard food. We're going to take some separately.
Yeah, that'd be good, thank you.
So the plan at this stage is that we will take 3, 5, 6 and 7 separately. Are people comfortable with that? What else would you like to take?
Which was the, was it number 9, was the Nicola Young amendment?
Still number 9.
Yeah. Good.
Would you like to vote against it again?
Yes, I would, thank you.
Yeah. So we're going to do 3, 5, 6, 7, 9 separately, and then we'll do the rest. We're doing them all separately. So let's get going. Let's do number 3. Let's vote.
That's 3.
This is 3? Division for each of them, thank you. Okay, number 5. So now we're up to number 6. Sorry, that was carried. Number 6 now. And Mayor Foster, Deputy Mayor Free, can you vote? Okay, that's carried. Number 7. Oops. Okay, carried. That's carried. Number 9, our last separate. Oh, that was fast. It's carried. And then the rest. So that's 1, 2, 4, 8, 10, 11. Oh, that one's carried unanimously. So we're going to break for lunch now, and we'll come back at 1:10. Thank you. On to item, we've got a quorum, so we'll get moving. We're going to move on to item 3.3, which is the naming of sport and community building at Alex Moore Park, and I'm going to introduce that report. I'm really excited to see this name coming forward. It's been in the making for a while, and I just want to begin by acknowledging Laura, Sarah and the team for working on this. There are many different people that they've had to work with and talk to, and I appreciate the time that takes and the way that you've done that. So through that, they've worked with Ngāti Toa through Taku Parai, who put forward the suggestion that has, or a few suggestions, but the one that has been agreed to by the community, and then the Amski community, which represents all of the sporting groups and the Deaf Society that are involved in this partnership. So it's really great to see the way that this process has gone through, and there were some really lovely names put forward, but I'm really excited to see the name that has been suggested, so Waitoa, which means the water of life. So I think that's great because it's there's lots of water around under the ground in that area. In fact, there's not far up the road, there's one of our water, what are they called, the resilience water hubs. The hub up at the top of not McClintock Street, Truscott Ave. And so there's it acknowledges the fact that water provides it provides the sustenance of life, but there's a spiritual aspect to water as well, and that when you're thinking about sports and what that hub will be for, it will be for people being nourished in all sorts of different ways. So I think it's a really lovely name, and it does, as the paper says, have a really lovely connection with Waitoa, which is the name of one of the local streams, but also the name of the library, which is another place where people enjoy gathering. So I think there's some lovely synergies in the community. It's interesting because I was thinking about, in the paper it talks about the streams and the connection with this name, and started sort of looking up and trying to work out the names of the streams in Johnsonville, and what I could find was Waitohi and Waipahihi, and it made me realise that a lot of the streams in Johnsonville have been built over the top of. So it's another part of our city where we've covered over some beautiful waterways, and it's important that we do learn about and acknowledge them so that we look after them. But yeah, there's not really much more to say apart from this, that this proposal does achieve our aspirations in Te Tauihu and Te Mapahi Mauria, our naming policy, so it's really exciting to be able to put this name forward. Can I please have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Condi. Is there any, would you like to speak? Anyone else want to speak to this? You just thumbs up. Everyone's happy. That's good. I think it's, that's a good endorsement of it. So we will now vote on that. And that has carried unanimously, so thank you. We're now going to move on to the Quarter 1 report, and I'd like to invite Deputy Mayor Free to introduce that.
So thank you, Jill. Of course, this period that this report covers is from 1st of July through to the 30th of September, which was just after COVID. So I think we have to look at this report with that lens and accept that it's probably going to have some unusual characteristics because of that. So all of our reports are done by exceptions, so there's an awful lot of business as usual which just doesn't feature in the report. We've got to remember that, probably the majority of what gets done in council never gets a mention, and most of it's done really well. So the report just concentrates obviously on the challenges and risks and where we are financially, and some of the performance measurements through the KPIs. And I think that one of the things that I think is becoming more and more obvious to us that there are a lot of KPIs, and it's not necessarily easy just looking at numbers, that have been met or not met. We need to simplify them, have fewer of them, and make them more meaningful, and that's work that's underway. But just because that is the measurement we've got at the moment, we had 77% of our targets were met or exceeded, which was actually quite similar. If those of you who've read the report, was quite similar to actually a year ago in the same quarter when it was 79%. And the main reasons that, a lot of the reasons that the targets weren't met were actually related to COVID. So we have our ongoing water issues, which we're really aware of, and half of our not met targets related to water issues. The Mayor's Task Force, I don't know how many of us are going to be getting a briefing on that, but if not, we will be having that public in the next few days and today. And it's good that we're really well aware of this, and none of this will come as a surprise, and that people know we're actually getting on and doing something about it. And the other KPIs, which were not met, were really in relation to attendance and utilisation of some of our services. Again, very much COVID, parking, building consents, and things that there are reasons for them. The report does give quite useful updates on some of our key projects, and I was quite interested to note that nothing's in the red. There are a few that have remained on amber, so, and we know about those challenges as well with Let's Get Welly moving, the town hall, St James and the landfill extension. I was a little bit surprised to see the comment there that the landfill extension consent process perhaps wasn't all it should have been, but I know that it is a really significant decision, and now that we've been through the library process, we know what a significant decision looks like, and perhaps there's a little bit of a need to revisit that to make sure we've got it right. And again, this is probably not a surprise. I also thought perhaps some of our projects that have got green status, that might be a little bit optimistic. I know that some of the cycleway projects that are all saying green at the moment probably aren't quite that straightforward. But anyway, we will see as further reports come to us. Finances, we had obviously braced ourselves for a very severe impact from COVID, and the good news is that it's not quite as bad as we might have thought. So we've done a little bit better on the revenue and a little bit better also on expenditure. And the main thing to note is that we haven't spent our capital that we plan to, and again, it's very much explained by COVID, but that's why the recommendations do have a big carry forward. So just to sum up, the recommendations sort of basically are along the lines of what I've outlined. So we're being asked to receive and note the information in the report, agree to the capital expenditure being carried forward, and one of the main good pieces of news is that Convention Centre is actually tracking ahead of schedule, so we have the privilege of actually bringing forward $3.5 million so that we can keep making excellent progress on that project. So I'm very, very happy to bring this report to ask for your support for the recommendations, and I'm looking for a seconder because I haven't organised one. Thank you, Councillor Condi.
Councillor Condi, would you like to speak?
Just quickly, just to specifically talk about the carry forwards that we're looking at, because I think, as we all know, we often don't deliver our full capital project. Last year, we underspent our capital program by $66 million. Again, probably not that surprising given the amount of shutdowns we had due to COVID that meant that various work sites weren't able to go ahead. But I just wanted to acknowledge the work the staff have done at looking at what we can carry forward into this year, and that they haven't just automatically carried forward the full $66 million figure, but they've gone through and looked at it and said, what do we actually think we can deliver in the 2021 year, and what do we think actually we need to move further to out years. So I think that's really useful to see that, and the fact that we're carrying forward $37 million into capital programs for this year, and hopefully we have a good run this year and deliver a lot of our capital programs. And I just think that for me, what this report shows is kind of what I hear playing out across the city when I talk to CCOs, when I talk to retailers, which is that our performance as a council is probably not quite back to normal, but it's a heck of a lot better than we thought we would be if you'd asked us 6 months ago. We're really tracking a long way, well ahead of a lot of the forecasts that we made during COVID, and we're really lucky to be bouncing back in that way. And that's a story that I'm seeing over and over in the city, that, people are tracking well ahead of where they thought they might have been 6 months ago, which is fantastic to see. So, kia ora.
Kia ora, Councillor Fitzsimons.
Yeah, I just wanted to briefly comment on the issues that Councillor Deputy Mayor Free raised around the landfill. I was quite surprised to see that there were potential issues with how the landfill extension and the consenting process was going, and that's because Councillor Foon and I have been asking questions because the community have been raising concerns for quite some time. So to find out in one of these quarterly reports is not ideal, and it's the same with the Island Bay Cycleway. And I guess I know there was a comment from officers on Tuesday that we would look at having less performance measures. Unless there's better communication about what's happening, I wouldn't be inclined to agree to less performance measures, because this is actually how we end up finding out things. So I guess I just wanted to sort of note that and ask that that improves a bit in the future.
Anyone else like to speak? Would you like a right of reply?
Because actually, I do take on board what you're saying, and some of what was in the report was a wee bit of a surprise to me too. And I think, I think there is some room for maybe looking at that going forward. And I also do note the other matter you raised a bit earlier about the 29% of people think that they have confidence in our decision making, and obviously we hope that's we're only going to improve from there. But some of that's also up to us and how we actually present ourselves. So I think that collectively that would be a really good goal for us to make, is that we work very hard to bring that, and with our staff obviously, but we work very hard to make that figure a lot better. So I'll be keeping a particular eye on that measurement, and thanks for bringing it to our attention earlier, Councillor Fitzsimons. And yes, I do think there's some room to work on this reporting style and how we're measuring and how we're creating the narrative around explaining things to, and making sure that there aren't surprises when we read the report. Don't have too much else to say. Thank you, Councillor Condi, for your your comments, which were really useful as well.
Thank you.
Okay.
Right, let's vote. And that is carried.
We're going over 6 hours.
Just hold on for 1 second, because we're going to go over the 6 hours. We just need to agree to do that during the time later on, so we might as well vote on that now, and then we'll adjourn at 5 o'clock. While Cyrus is working out what number that is, what we're doing is we're going to adjourn till 5, and then but there will be food here from 4:30, just some snacks, a bit like what we've just had. Basically the same thing. Yep. And then at the beginning at 5, we will have each of the advisory groups have 5 minutes to talk to us, and then we'll have 5 minutes of questions for each of them. So it'll be 10 minutes for each group is allocated, and then we will debate the paper, and the Mayor wants to say something.
Yeah, just to remind you that at 3 o'clock we're going to be briefing you on the Three Waters Task Force. So we wanted to make sure that we gave you that opportunity. So that, sorry? Yeah. Look, I'm actually pretty relaxed about it, because we're briefing the media straight afterwards anyway, so it's not a problem. So we'll be briefing you at 3 o'clock, and we just wanted to make sure that you had that before the media get it. So they'll be coming at 4. The reason we've gone for 3 is we wanted to make sure that as many of the task force who are actually available could be there to be able to help. A, answer any questions, but B, also show that it was a team effort, which it has been. So we wanted to do that before we got to the media at 4. So that will be up here.
Thank you. We now have our motion, which is to agree that the committee will agree to go beyond 6 hours as per Standing Order 11.7. So do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Matthews. So we'll now vote on that. Okay, so that's been carried, and I will now adjourn the meeting until 5 o'clock. So we'll see people back here. We did vote on it.
No, we voted on the duration. We have to vote on the adjournment as well.
Okay, so because we're adjourning for more than an hour, because usually we just have adjournments for a few minutes, we need to vote on that. Can I have a seconder, please? Mayor Foster, and let's vote. Yeah, be a bit sad. Okay, so that's carried, and we'll be back here at 3. Thank you.